Hey.
Right as I was about to leave, you pull me up.
Oh
How you
man.
doing, man? What's going down?
I just figured out how to get LangChain to analyze a PDF.
Ooh, it's happening.
So I'll share it with Zach.
Nice.
It's pretty good. Uploaded a PDF of like notes on a book on Buddhism and started asking it like, what was that quote again about reading yesterday's newspaper to get today's news? And it was like, this is the full quote. I'm like, oh fuck, all right. That's perfect.
So how much book can you put in it for right now?
I don't have an answer to that yet. You'd have to give me a PDF to try. But at the same time, I'm about to do the tutorial for you. So because I have the code working and it's working in a Google Colab notebook, so you don't have to download anything. As long as you have a Gmail drive, you could just press play one by one, put your API key where you're supposed to.
Can you do me a favor? And at some
Hmm.
point, can you, me, and my CTO get on a call again to discuss kind of
Yeah.
like what I want to do? And actually, if you and I just get on a call, it might work. Is I want to kind of codify the easy to use tech stack that we can use to build this MVP. I feel like we've done all of the probing attacks that we need to test all the little parts and pieces, right? So like we have Pabbly, we have Bubble, we have LangChain, we have we
Mm-hmm.
have
Mm-hmm.
we have all the pieces to the puzzle, right?
Yeah.
11
We're
Labs,
just
Chat
filling
GPT,
out the known unknowns in the
and
past few months.
and
Yeah.
and the thing about it is where you, me, and I think most people besides a few that join our room, uh, you know, the us lame people, our understanding of actual code of writing whatever the fuck we want to make it work. I don't want to say it's limited, but it's like the speed at which we're able to do it is limited to our knowledge and experience in the space. My
Yeah.
the guy
100%.
my old lieutenant, who's kind of the CTO for Win the
Mm-hmm.
War, has the coding. At least that his whole thing is he's front end, like crazy front end.
Mm-hmm.
So all of the prototypes of what we're building that I sent you before, like he fully built those out coding by himself in 2 hours.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like he can build out the whole front end. It's
Mm-hmm.
where the front end meets the back end and some of those pieces. But
Exactly.
that's what all of these things are great. Like they're all pre-built back ends. And so
Mm-hmm.
at least to build an MVP. So I went into a Twitter space earlier today and I got a like I don't want to say standing ovation, but a lot of people were like, "Hey man, like this is great." So I refined the pitch in terms of the startup version of Win the War, right? It's an accountability platform that integrates AI to replicate the ability to have your own personal drill sergeant in your life, to build a level of accountability and discipline that's impossible without basic training.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have all the pieces. It's just how do we get 11 labs to come up with the voice memo to send to someone through a regular text message using Twilio instead, right? Because like we've had this conversation before, is that push notifications are just fucking ignored. No one cares. So that's the dilemma we have to solve, is a push notification added into the platform and then what data the platform collects. So that's what him and I have been having conversations about. But yeah, there's something there, obviously, and then the coaching is that added benefit of what you can build. So, right, like that's the premium tier, is like the added on actual human to human coaching versus it being part human, part AI coaching. But I think like with LangChain and everything else, I mean, can LangChain and AI and Chat GPT come up with very correct and succinct summaries?
All right, I'm at the point where I'm getting the code that can. Okay, so what type is this? I'm very close to being able to do everything we're talking about. Ah, crap. Do I have to run it again? I hope not. All right, what about here? Is it still running? Sorry. Let me just check something. Type result. I mean, to me, the short answer is yes. You know what I mean? Like, um, set the text that you want to voice. Okay. So,
Then the next part of this is, how do I get all of the open source knowledge books in specific domains, psychology, self-improvement, um, etc., to build an accessible library for the clients, right? Because the
mhm,
more value prop I can have for as little bang for the buck, right? Because some people won't want to learn from another human being; they'll be embarrassed. So, giving them the ability to just get these
mhm.
summarized books that we talk about or mention is probably going to be another important piece of this. So I'm looking at fucking uh, like Commit Action again, and they're doing, they have this like library of self-help books. I'm assuming that just comes from some sort of open source um, available material. There's no way that the actual team there wrote 1,000 self-help books.
Bearer API key.
What API?
Oh no, I'm just trying to get this thing to work. This 22 bytes. It's not being created.
22 what?
Oh no, I'm just looking through this. Trying to get this 11 Labs API key to work.
Oh yeah. I bought I paid for the larger one than the $5 one.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I know for a fact the minute I get it working, I'm going to need to send tens of thousands of practice messages to
Mm-hmm.
test the system. And so I had to do that. I'm running into Office Depot. I'll be back in a
Yeah,
little bit.
I'm here. Uh-huh. Let's see if this works. So that doesn't work there. What about here? Fill in your API key as a string. Come on. No module named 11 Labs lib. Okay, so let's install the 11 Labs library. Hopefully that does the rest. Oh, come on. Okay, no, that works. All right, what's wrong with you now? Port audio not found. Come on, almost done. Mm-hmm. Come on. Come on. No module name PyDub. So, pip install PyDub. So, voice name. Come on. Ah, crap. Damn it.
I really wanted to create a tool where I can just feed.
This document is about how meditation can help us to gain insight into the true nature of.
Oh, yeah. Enter your 11 Labs API key here. Incredible.
Finally.
Yeah, I know.
What
Ugh.
have you
What
gotten
the
done?
fuck am I? So I now have a single collab notebook that uses OpenAI and LangChain to analyze a PDF, answer prompts based on that PDF, and now I have the 11 labs working to take the result and voice it in a language from 11 labs.
I think. Wait. Did you use Whisper on the front end, or did you use text questions?
I'm not sure which model it's using right now. I'd have to go back and check.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Is you said
Right.
you made it so that it can answer questions, but
Yes.
the step in between there is it needs to be able to answer voice questions.
So that might be something like 11,
No.
like assembly AI.
OpenAI Whisper. So OpenAI's
Mm-hmm.
Whisper is OpenAI's speech to text program.
Mm-hmm.
So you could throw Whisper in there to say, all right, take this voice data, turn it into text, put the text in, answer whatever question they have about it.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next step, I think, is does it have to be about a single PDF, or could I ask it about any PDF I give it at any point?
The idea is that it's any PDF because you're pointing it to a directory, not to a specific PDF.
Got it. So
Mm-hmm.
so what you're saying is I just need to find a large library of open
Prepare
source
your body of knowledge.
source
Yes.
books and or knowledge, and just
Mm-hmm.
save them on, let's say, a Google Drive.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it at this point.
And so, question: if I video record and through that video recording get a text transcript of the video recording in PDF form and have that in my Google Doc, could I, in essence, say, hey, remind me of the most important facts from my last meeting with so and so?
Yeah. Yeah, it's right now the thing is, like, there's like a schism in my understanding of being able to take code to the web
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so it's like,
Well, so
mhm.
if you and Tanner hop on a meeting, Tanner can probably solve that schism.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
One of the smartest dudes I've ever met.
Like it.
And he was a cybersecurity officer for the military. And then additionally, because they had too many cybersecurity officers, they forced him to do dual hat, so he was also in the infantry with me.
Oh wow.
So he has the entire tactical and strategic planning assumption background of the infantry like me, but he has the technical background of a cybersecurity expert.
Wow.
So that's why I picked it. That's why I wanted him as my like CTO. Is his understanding of my thought process is as close as it gets because he understands the entire military doctrine that I understand. So I think that you, me, and him getting on a phone call for the idea of here's what we have so far, or here's what you have so far, and also, comma, here's what him and I have so far. How do we put it all together to make something functioning to solve the very base problem that we want to solve for the MVP, and then pick a launch date and get ready to fucking rock and roll. So
I'm just preparing this stuff for Tanner, which is all of the this code that I just got working. What the hell is this?
So if I want to interact with it, the interface, you don't have an interface to interact with it right now, correct? You are literally typing into the back end code what you want to pull out.
Essentially.
So if Tanner can build an entire front end interface and put that on the web that then reaches into a body of knowledge that we've coded into this back end that you're building, we kind of have the two ends of the sandwich.
Where is this?
So let me tell you this. What you're building right now, as soon as you are done, go to Bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Bubble is the easiest way for you to build an entire front end. So I have already built Fiverr with Bubble.
Let me see. Oh, I think I have to, hold on. If I create a new repo and call it LangChain and 11 labs with PDF analysis, how might we mix OpenAI and LangChain and 11 labs to speak out responses to prompts using a body of knowledge encapsulated in PDFs. Public, add a README, create repo. How do I add a? Okay, so now I'm gonna add the file. I'm about to send you this. Save a copy in Drive. It's going to, oh, fuck. No. Save a copy in GitHub. And I wanna, what's it called? What do I call this thing? LangChain. Okay. Why aren't you fucking finding it? um, Where do I put this? Find out where the fuck. Hell is it? Um, go to file. No. How do I copy a file in one?
So the way I pitched this in that space earlier was trying to emulate the human high tactile, high touch accountability partnerships through AI, where the uncanny valley is not a consideration. I think that it's, like I said, I think it's important to have a human in the loop of all of this,
Mm-hmm.
where certain decisions are being made, but that human doesn't need to be in the loop prior to engagement. He just needs to be in the loop somewhere along the spectrum of engagement. So the AI, there are probably 80% of interactions between my clients and me are comments or things that do not actually have to be me to sit there and say it. Like I said the other day to a client, I was like, you are what you eat, so don't be a big bag of shit today.
Mm-hmm.
And that got a huge response, and they hit their goals for food. They hadn't hit their goals in 2 days. They hit their goals because I inserted myself. I realized that after 2 days, lunch is a problem where they fail, and then because of one moment of the day, they fail the rest of the day. And so I realized I had to insert myself during the lunch break time in a way to make them go, oh, yeah, he's right. I shouldn't eat like crap during lunch. And so when I messaged them, you are what you eat, don't be a big bag of shit today, they texted me and said, I was actually getting in line at McDonald's, but I turned around. Like, right? The assessment of this is when they're fucking up can come from a human. And I can then say, send them a text around lunchtime.
Let me just make this. Hold on. Stuff. People.
Soldier Boy goes on an angry rant after people on in an interview with Double XL magazine choose $250 in food stamps over getting a dinner with him.
All right, let's try that again. Line chain. What the hell is wrong with this? All right, let's try this again. Want to get this whole thing saved properly online. API test. What the fuck is it? Okay, there it is. Creating a copy. Good. Good. Okay, good. All the API keys are removed. Okay. So, let me put this up. Use OpenAI and the LangChain with 11 labs to prompt a collection of PDFs using the Google Colab notebook. And as long as I can navigate to it, and see everything that was executed. Oh, might as well add the PDF. Use OpenAI and LangChain with 11 Labs IO to return prompts based on a body of knowledge contained in a PDF using a Colab notebook. And this link here, if I enter that in, it says open in Colab. And if I click open in Colab, there we go. Okay, there you go. Bang. All right, I'll put it to the top.
Hey there. Did you just open the space? Or why are you alone?
I know. I just opened.
Oh.
Well, no. I was working away in the background and not really talking, and now I'm done.
Oh, okay.
How are things?
Things are okay. How are you?
I just did a brain dump using OpenAI and all this Lang chain stuff.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So Dan, I figured it out. Dan, you know Queen Dan,
Yeah, I've
Queen
seen him
Dan,
in some of your.
Queen Dan.
Nice to
I've
meet
seen
you.
him in some of your spaces.
What'd you figure out, man? I feel like you had a breakthrough. I'm feeling this
So
wave of energy over here.
so remember how we talked before about how LangChain was allowing people to use OpenAI on a specific body of knowledge, like a PDF.
Yep.
So that's what I just got working.
Nice.
So I'll put this to the top. But if you have 11 labs and you have OpenAI, a key, and a PDF, like I used the PDF. It was a book on Buddhism.
That's cool.
Right. So I was like, all right, this is the PDF. What was that? What was the name of the quote again about how, our thoughts are like reading yesterday's newspaper to know about today's news? And I was like, this is the quote. I'm like, oh, fuck, this is working. I'm like, oh, shit.
Oh god. Yeah, man. I just it's funny. Like Sunday, I just like it was just mostly a crash day because Saturday night it's like a massive AI bender. I like woke up and like all this
It is a
crazy.
bender.
It
Yeah.
was.
I'm stepping out of the bar right now. And that's when Queen came in. I'm like, okay.
Did you say stepping out of a bar?
Yeah, I feel like I'm stumped.
Literally? Like,
You ever do something really technical and then
oh, I
you wake?
got you.
Yeah, you like get up of your chair and you're walking out. It's like getting up
Yeah,
out of a stupor.
got a little bit of like you're like, is my leg numb? And at the same time, you're like, shit, can I feel my face? You know what I mean? Like, should I be driving?
Have I eaten today?
Yeah, that too. It was funny. I woke up. I had all these like crazy pieces of art where I just like went off in crazy directions, and then I found like I got into Dolly because I was like I never messed with that before, so I went and played around with Dolly for a while and just tried to figure it out as like an image style blender kind of thing. And then I played with a bunch of other stupid tools. But yeah, man, it was fun. But I gotta catch up with this line chain stuff because that's the direction I kind of want to go in terms of at least getting a good grasp of this versus what Google's going to eventually let you do. It'll be
Well,
very similar.
the beautiful thing with LangChain is it's not just on OpenAI. You could just replace the model. That's the idea of the whole thing, so that it
Nice.
talks to
Yeah.
Cohere, Bard, Whisper, whatever you want. So it's a completely open source modular type thing. I showed it to Ahmed and he was like, oh, and then he stopped talking to me. He's like, okay, I need to look into this. So you have a client, especially and they have something for SQL. And I'm like, crap, because what's the difference? PDF, SQL database, it doesn't really give a fuck, right?
Right.
It's so funny because a lot of the programming is write something to do this. No, this is the error. Okay, paste in that response. like, just
That's cool.
basically being really stupid. to be honest with you. It's like, I'm stupid. What do you do? It gave me
Yeah.
an error. Okay, just paste that into the thing. Okay, give me a response. Let me walk back over.
It was kind of fun. Yeah, I've been spending a lot of time in Bard lately. I know it's kind of need to like go back and forth, just trying to get it to I don't know, just trying to like learn all the different tools and everything.
Should have a show called No Holds Barred.
I did start a show called the Brad Monologues. So where I just kind of like record myself using Bard, of course calling him Brad the whole time. And I like walk through a scenario, almost like I like grab a scenario out of a jar, build a build a $20 million, shampoo company. All right, let's figure it out. What is the world of shampoo? Like just like dive into the whole thread, find the opportunity in the space, do the research, look for the influencers, analyze the market. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a show. It's kind of it's definitely unfolding. But I also see like total dystopia coming. I don't know. Do you see that too, or is that just me?
No, I mean, we don't talk about it a lot, but
Yeah.
oil is no longer denominated exclusively in US dollars.
Yeah.
So that is what it is.
Yeah.
Talk about it is what it is, right?
Hmm.
And at the same time, you have Dogecoin being flashed in the corner,
Yeah.
by the people who created PayPal, essentially. So it's like,
Yeah.
there's all of that.
Yeah. Interesting. That'd be very, I mean, yeah, Dogecoin like exploded today, right? Up 24% or something.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yep. It'd be interesting to see how it plays out. We hopefully tomorrow we'll get a whole show tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know. It'll be funny. We'll see. We get the perp walk and everything.
I think I'm gonna record a tutorial for this Lang chain thing. Do-do-do.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man.
Close, leave.
I got a sneak peek of a new update coming from Kyber. Some
Ooh.
it's either they're gonna treating video like you can treat video like a style or something like that, sort of like what Runway does, or it's full video that you type in and it renders out a scene.
Mm-hmm.
So that should be interesting. And then I got into Claude, the anime or the AI called Claude. I forget. What is the deal with Claude? I remember reading about it. Yeah, the company's called Anthropic, right? Google-backed Anthropic launches Claude, an AI chatbot that's easier to talk to. So far, it's kind of, I don't know if it's easier. He's talking to me, but I don't know if it's like, what's he do necessarily? Hmm. But there is an Anthropic OpenAI powered Duck Assist search tool. Um, uh, we don't know. But meanwhile, there's the fits. Meanwhile, it's the fits. Are you worried about your sex life? Are you thinking about moving to East Coast and doing trading bonds and stocks? Well, get to know your local fits. A man who gets about town and gets what he needs and does what he does as long as he doesn't hurt anyone. And that's why we're sponsored by Coca-Cola. Because Coke brought you into this world and Coke will take you out. That's actually a strange potential truth. Just an observation. It's an observation. Oh, man. This generative AI plans. What? That's right. Apple's headquarters recently reacted about the AI stuff, saying, quote, yeah, we know. And we're going to get in on that shit.
Okay, uploaded. Loader, load the PDF data. Hit install on structure. Come on. I want to get it so it runs clean.
Fitz has asked me to go off and go ahead and give him the news, and he wanted it in alphabet style. For you, Fitz, we'll do what we can. All right, let's do it. Let's start with the letter A. That's right. When we think of A, we think of AMD. What's going on with AMD systems? We don't know. Let's go with B. B. I don't know. I can't think of it. What's going on? But let's see. I'm rendering some new Kyber things in the background, while at the same time trying to catch up on news. The world turns. Fitz is just hanging out. I think he's listening and he's eating what appears to be some spaghetti. We're gonna tune into Jameson there live on the scene and everything. Jameson, what do you see right there? Yeah, Tom, I'm telling you, we're seeing some pretty incredible spaghetti there. So much that the man just left the room and could give a shit about that spaghetti. Makes me hungry for spaghetti, Tom. I know, it sure does. But I'm gonna get something else. I'm gonna get probably gonna break down and like do Wendy's or something. Just something like something more matter of fact. Something that says I've made it, but I haven't made it too far. You know what I mean? Something that says that I'm still here, and like stuff matters. You know. Wow, that was a lingering statement. Speaker of the House, KCD Williams. Come on down. You're the next contestant on Syndicate. That's right, America. Let's welcome back KC back to the show.
You know,
Hey,
you
KC.
know what would be fucking hilarious, Dan? Is that if you
Yeah.
did an introduction for somebody but never stopped talking? Like you just kept him in perpetual waiting mode.
I mean, I can if you want. I can just keep going.
I had that
I
thought.
smoked
I
enough.
had that thought. I'm like, oh, that's kind of a dangerous thought to give Dan, but I'm gonna give it to him anyways, just to see what happens.
Yeah, bring it. I'm ready. You got the fifth back. There it is.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, yeah, yeah. Oh shit, that's Fitz. That's
Fitz, man.
Fitz. It's been a minute, man. I'll be damned. The Fitz band is around. All right, good. That's good. So,
Hey, Casey, I have a question for you. What's up? Where can I go to just like instantly nerf something and not think about it? Is that still OpenSea, right?
to nerf something?
But like nerf, you know what I mean? Or not nerf, NFT. I'm sorry. I didn't use them. I'll do
You
that.
mean to mint something?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Just go to OpenSea and Lazy Mint. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's what you're.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Still pretty much the easiest.
All right then.
A plethora of options, Danielle.
I don't know. It's funny when people ask for your art. I always feel like I should probably have it packaged as an NFT. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. It's
But it just feels like some kind of. Sometimes my stuff is just like, come on, really? I mean, this is just like a batshit piece of crazy paper. You know what I mean? I don't know.
I'm starting to like realize the I don't know the power. I'm starting to realize the monetization potential there because like lots of animation requests. I'm like, you gonna pay for this? Because I'm a nice guy, but
That stuff is really
yeah,
That's cool, man. Good.
yeah, but it's no being able to lazy mint is a nice capture.
Right.
Boop, boop. So have you been making a bunch more? I see the sporadic shares. Are you ravenously generating in the background?
No, I haven't made new stuff on OpenSea, but I've been making a lot of art lately.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You've still been cranking out the art pieces, right?
Yeah, I had some crazy art go through this weekend. I just made a bunch of crazy stuff. And then Midjourney just came out with their Niji version 5 of their Japanese or Chinese art tool, which is it basically makes anime. You know, it's like specifically tuned for anime style stuff.
You know, Wombo does that. Wombo's got an anime thing.
I figured, yeah, I figured they are, yeah.
Yeah, but that's
what's interesting is just watching these tools get better and better and better.
dude.
And they're going to be full video prompting pretty soon, so you can pretty much start to see your picture kind of happen in front of you. You know,
It's so wild looking at like VFX1, VFX2. Like, oh shit, that is a difference.
Yeah. I got to dive back into to the Wombo dance. Wombo dance.
Dude, have you looked at the formulas for temperature and token count and prompting?
Wow.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I've done weights, but that's about it.
I haven't done weights yet. I just got schooled a little bit on temperature and token count.
Yeah, I haven't. That's not Midjourney language. And outside of that,
It's just So I stumbled across it because I was dealing with GPT and sheets, data sheets, and defining how big of a response you're gonna get is what it's about, basically.
Mm.
And it's
Cool.
yeah. So I started kind of monkeying around with that concept in Dream and Scenario, and just seeing what type of effect I could get by comma separating the fields of input. So you can actually use the term, temperature as it relates to prompting, not as a prompt word, and further control the system. Oh, that's pretty wild.
It's cool, man. Yeah, and then in terms of the AIs, what have you been using? Have you been playing around? What have you been making with ChatGPT lately?
So before my API key ran out, because I haven't given OpenAI any money, I had GPT installed in a Google Sheets, and I was basically prompting data tables with different functions built into them.
I wonder why you ran out of tokens. I can for the life of
Yeah, shut that API key off. Fuck this
yeah.
guy.
Did you really add that much data? 11,000 rows. Can I put this into one row?
Dude.
Well, here's the thing. That's what LangChain does. So what LangChain does is it converts the information into a database.
Mm.
And the database is just a bunch of cells and rows. But it chunks the data such that OpenAI can leverage it.
Oof.
So I got it working on a PDF, and I even got 11 Labs to say the response out loud.
Mm.
But that's where I'm going to put that in my brain.
Okay. So are you going to use that to formulate the PDF written word into a data table as well, or
Well,
no?
I just wanted to have the ability to use the large language model against a custom body of knowledge.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Whether it could be an RC car instruction manual or an architectural drawing, or in this case, a PDF about Buddhism.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Right? So now this is the Buddha bot. I could just learn how to create the front end, then I'd be able to like, hey, stop listening to these fucking West Coast Buddhists who can't even read Sanskrit. Get the fuck out of here. Right? Ask this guy your question. This guy's being trained on all the best books.
So when you say a PDF, I'm imagining like a PDF Word document.
That's it. I took my
Okay.
notes, put it into Google Docs. By the way, secret tip: if you're in Google Chrome, you just have to go docs.new, and it creates a new Google Doc.
Nice.
And then I just pasted in the data, saved it as a PDF. The code is above. I'm just cleaning it up. You can see the responses in the code at the bottom if you just scroll right to the bottom. It's pretty good. And it even it even cites its sources. Now we added citing of sources to the responses.
I'm on Open Library right now, and I'm trying to see if I can, or the Gutenberg Project Gutenberg. It's 70,000 free books.
Yes. Yeah, they have these services that are using Google Cloud Platform that splits up all the data. It's kind of fucked. I want to get it stable because I really like this functionality. Come on. Let's try this again line by line.
Dude, those warnings in there are pretty interesting.
Yes, so I wanted to include those in there.
Those are pretty. That's
Yeah, so scroll right to the bottom.
okay.
See where it says, this document is about how?
Well, yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's taking specific responses. If you scroll up a bit, hold on, I can tell you this. I should be able to tell you the line, no? I guess not. There's something that says, what was the quote about reading yesterday's newspaper for today's news? This assumed reality might not be any more reliable than reading last year's newspaper for today's news. And then it provides, I start playing with it some more. Summarize the document in 100 words.
So I give you a 500-page PDF, throw it in
Ah,
here.
you
It
understand.
summarizes it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Not only summarizes it, you can
Listen to
prompt and ask the PDF questions.
it.
Does that make sense? Because you're prompting the PDF.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So the end, I think you call the champagne moment, right? Is when someone's given a vast amount of data and they get a little cliff note to it and they get to ask more questions about it. Right? So I can just, oh, that's what this is about? Oh, well, how come this? Well, why that? What about this? And they get to
The big idea is instead of connecting a text file or a PDF, what about a directory of documents, like a directory of PDF? Mm-hmm.
a library, so to speak.
Uh-huh. So I'm just getting the functionality stable so that
So I can
anyone
look up,
can
say, like The Great Gatsby and
mm-hmm.
ask, what was The Great Gatsby about? I don't want to read it. What was it about?
Mm-hmm.
Get the cliff
Imagine
notes.
being able to create a large language model version of SparkNotes.
I don't know what SparkNotes is.
So SparkNotes is how kids do their homework in school. You go to sparknotes.com, it'll give you summaries, chapter summaries of everything from like Shakespeare. It'll translate the soliloquy line by line into plain English, all that kind of stuff. But if you
Okay.
just load in the fucking, you know what I mean? Play. See what the large language model has to say about it. Which could be OpenAI, could be Google Bard, it could be Cohere. That's the benefit of LangChain. You point it in an arbitrary direction. Or a combination.
Impressive. Most impressive. One thing at a time.
Oh yeah. I'm I was telling them how it's like walking, stumbling out of a bar using this shit.
drunk
Yeah,
on knowledge and opportunity.
yeah. And then the thing that you thought worked doesn't work again, and you're like, oh no, I've already used all my brain today.
Yeah. That last part hurts. I'm hoping I can grab you on a Zoom call on my computer so I can screen share how I'm building out this spreadsheet.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, as an example, I'm building out the credit card area for credit card debt. And what I want is for it to just auto feed in if they've got 10 cards or 2 cards or however many, it populates that number of rows. Because the alternative is to just put in like 20 rows for credit cards and assume no one's going to have more than 20. Although I've seen more. If I do that for now just to get it going, I can do that.
Yeah, I would look into that. How much have you played with this bubble thing from Zach?
Dude, I haven't dove into Bubble yet. I'm still just coding the
I
hard
haven't yet.
data sheet.
Yeah, I'm making sure that I can follow along with these tutorials,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because they just give me the confidence to say, okay, I can do this. Now let me try to take this functionality somewhere else.
Yeah. I, for me right now, I'm just at a point where I need to finish the spreadsheet and have it programmed so that it's in a CSV format and ready to go whatever app is prototyped with.
I mean, couldn't you have a separate sheet with the credit cards listed and have it
Sure.
feed in?
Sure. My understanding is that especially for the cheaper prototype app builders that are out there, if you build your sheets so that it's one sheet with all information laid out in CSV file format, that's your
You're not wrong.
best. Is okay because I didn't know if, like I went on the assumption that was the case. So
The other reason to lay it out like this is because if and when you want to take it to a developer, it makes it stupid simple for them to understand it,
that was my other, yeah, that was the other
right?
understanding. If it's a single line, single row, then
Uh-huh.
that's your best bet. So
Mhm.
that's what's taken me this extra like 2 weeks of fumbling around is that's why.
Yeah, I mean, we're all fucking
Yeah. Oh yeah,
in the crucible, right? So,
Hey, Mike.
yeah. I'm off.
mm,
Is
hey,
is there a chance that what you're building can go and scrape a web like browser window?
mhm.
So if you put in
Yeah,
so Google Books has like you go Google a book and you can access almost any book you want.
yeah. The idea is, let's begin with the kind of intermediary step in mind, which is, do we have a folder with PDFs or text? What is going to be in this folder, and what is the source of the data, and how much of that data can we get? I would use something like browse.ai. Have you seen that? It's a quick scraper, point and click.
Because once you got that folder, you can always make a scraper to push stuff into that folder, right?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things where how far do you need to take something before you start investing money in a developer? That's the way I think about it. Because I'm working with Manish in the background. So I'm like, look, I'm going to mock this up using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I do not want to learn mobile development. I'm going to mock this up because I want control over the user interface. But once I mock it up, you can start building. And now we're building back and forth. Will I build a prototype? He builds a prototype. And we probably passed back and forth 20, 30 prototypes already. The only reason it's not
Dude.
published is because I'm doing the electronic cabling course.
Hmm.
Yeah, he has it set up so that he sees every code change I make.
Fucking, you are the student and the consumer.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah,
Perfect.
hmm And it's funny because Manish didn't know that much about mobile development, but because he saw me using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, he's like, fuck, I'll learn this. If you're going to learn that, I'll learn this. Because we were thinking about hiring a developer. I was like, well, hey, Manish, what if you just did it? I'd rather have you do it.
One thing at a time. That's what I got to keep on telling myself. Too easy for me to get distracted and not get anything done. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. One more set of columns, one more test. Come on.
No, do it all at the same time. Fuck it. Like, you ever think about implementing the George thing where he does the opposite? If every instinct I have is wrong,
All I have to do is the opposite of everything.
yeah.
Yeah.
What if you thought
Like,
about having a week of chaos
oof.
in your 22 weeks of freedom? You know what I mean? Whatever it is.
uh, you know, the thing that gave me direction was when we broke down how all coding and all the blockchain stuff is all just like drawers in a desk where
Yep.
you're just pointing, here's this thing in this drawer. This is how to get to this drawer.
Drawers within drawers within drawers.
And that's, dude, honestly, the more I thought about that, the more I realized, like, if everything's just a fucking Excel spreadsheet, then it's time to just create the final formulaic
Yeah, the only
spreadsheet.
reason people don't use Excel is because it slows down with large data sizes. That's the only reason.
Hmm.
That's the only reason they move to SQL is because of performance.
Hmm.
That's it.
Well, I feel like once I've got the spreadsheet dialed in, that's the heart of everything. And as
That's
long
it.
as that, right, as long as that's working really
That's the
well,
brain.
then fuck you, yeah. So, yeah, that's the goal. Oof.
Well, you
And
already. So the end goal is to have everything in a spreadsheet in one.
yeah, that's
Okay.
that's why I was
And
talking about the columns. Yeah.
right. That's where you can get into column bloat very quickly.
Yes. Very quickly. Because like I'm still building out the input fields, the number of columns needed,
Mm-hmm.
and the output fields and the formula fields are, I'm not really looking forward to that part. Oh, that one's gonna hurt a little bit. It's okay. It's just, it's gonna hurt.
Have you played with that? Have you taken it to Glide Apps?
No,
No,
nope,
really?
not yet. Nope.
Huh.
I want to get this fucking spreadsheet nailed down tight. I'm sick to fucking death of not doing it, or not, or like every.
I'd suggest toying with Glide Apps just so you can see how it's going to look. It might inform the way you create the tables.
So the only interaction I've had with it so far was what you and I did, right? But based on that, that shaped part of why I'm
Okay,
doing it.
gotcha.
This, yeah,
hmm
I'm with you. I probably should start really poking at it though. It's probably be helpful. Um, Ooh, yeah,
Because all it would be is open up a new Google Sheet, copy a portion of the data, and then connect it to a Glide Apps. Because then you can kind of configure the data on a screen.
yeah. So in my Figma screen, I've got like a breakdown of the data and which chunk
Right,
goes
those would be
where.
the
Yeah.
screens. Uh-huh.
Yep. 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 Yay. I too will soon be like, look at my prototype. Look, put stuff into it. It's awesome. Oh, it's got to change. Shit, it's got to change again. Yeah, 20 versions, huh?
I remember talking to Matt, and he said that the reason that a lot of startups get into trouble is because when they iterate, their data model isn't flexible enough to iterate.
Yeah. Meaning their spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck, everything comes down to a fucking spreadsheet, man.
The,
Oh, wild.
the data is the application.
Yes. And the spreadsheet is just there to push the data along a certain path.
It's gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. Kind of
And
scary.
terribly simple at the same time.
Yeah. So I'm like, and kind of scary too. That's kind of like, ooh, all this on that, huh? Right.
It's one of those things where it's like, I don't care what anyone thinks about something. I'm just going to connect this body of PDFs and take it from there. You're like, why don't you tell me what to do with this data? Like movie phone and Kramer. Why don't you just tell me what movie you want to see? Yeah.
What's up, Ruckus?
What's going on?
Why'd you say it like that? What's up,
What's
Ricky?
everybody drinking?
Who you
What are we
saying,
drinking tonight?
Tippity. Start making up slang. Dee-bop, dee-bop, you know?
All right, Ruckus, I'm sending you Grandpa Ruckus. This is a Wombo.
What's the difference between?
It's a Wombo
That's
remake
hilarious.
of Ruckus's. You like that? It's not bad, actually, right?
I'm looking forward to 80.
Dumb, cripple, and
Looking
crazy.
forward to it. That's good. You did that in Wombo?
Yeah.
Yep.
Grab your PFP, put it in as an initial image, and blam! One prompt later.
I'm appreciating the art that you guys do in these apps. I'm following a lot of people, and I see the stuff that you guys like. So it's interesting. I didn't know there was that much. You guys are really talented. What about Picasso?
It sounds like you're talking to your kids, and they show you something, and they're like, "Oh, yeah,
You gonna put
that's
that up on
great."
the fridge?
Yeah,
Yay,
put it on the
gold
fridge.
star.
No, I mean,
Totally put it on the fridge, Casey.
Incredible.
all right.
Thanks,
I'm printing it out
Ruckus.
and putting it on the fridge.
I can't even tell if you're awake. It sounds like you're sleeping and just responding like, "Oh, that's great, Casey. I just love how creative you can be sometimes. I think if you really feed that, I think it'll really take you places." You
Monday
know?
was a kick in the balls. Like it just started off. Just it's okay though. It's all right.
Mike, I'm about to send you something. I am about to send you something over an email. Actually, it's probably too large to email.
That's what she said.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's take a look. So, Ruckus, I got this OpenAI to analyze a PDF. So there's a plugin that allows it. Do you have your stuff in a SQL database?
I
You
don't. No, I don't. Not at work. You mean for work? I
Mm-hmm.
don't. But how did it scan the It must have scanned it, right?
Yeah, I looked at the PDF and I started asking it questions about specific passages in the PDF, and it started responding with the right answers. So far, I got to analyze a text document and now a PDF. So
I did watch
seeing
the
that,
link that you sent me yesterday. You posted yesterday, so I sent that to my wife, which is really interesting. That the pine cone, that's pretty interesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
Vectorized databases.
That's incredible.
Crazy.
Yeah. What do you guys think? I forgot to ask. I mean, you guys are all here. Like, what do you think of metaverse? Like, is everyone getting it wrong? What they think it is, or is it evolving? It's supposed to be like an iteration of the progression of what we have already, right? So, do you think most people are getting it wrong, or people are getting it right, or?
Well, I'll go first because I think the most high amongst everybody here, so we should start there. I think the verse is going to actually be multiple verses. I don't think about it as a verse so much. Well, there's definitely going to be like a multiverse where people can jack in, but there's going to be the layer, and the layer is going to be what you see in augmented reality. That may or may not be connected to the verse. There may be whole full-on verses that are actually just part of the augmented layer, and that's the only way you're actually engage with them. Those are highly likely, by the way. And then you'll have full immersion like you have in spatial. And a lot of people are waiting for Apple's move, mostly from a development kit standpoint, and just an overall sort of how you're going to execute your AR experiences along with VR experiences. But it is important to note who's already teed up for success. Companies like Walmart, definitely Snapchat has a whole, virtual and augmented reality suite of tools already teed up, really well positioned. So there's a lot of well positioned players who are just waiting for the next sort of phase. Niantic, folks that did the Pokemon Go game, have the whole platforms coming out. So we're starting to see more developmental platforms come out that support sort of go create a verse or go and contribute to an existing kind of verse mentality and so forth. So it's just starting up. I think it's really in its infancy, completely in its infancy, because it's going to be very territorial, just like the startup social media wars were. In terms of MySpace, Friendster, how it just like audience went from space to space to space to space like a pinball machine. It's definitely going to be that. It'll be, but I do think there'll be some dominant players. They'll be sort of like the Netflix of verses. They'll sort of be the ones that you can jump into a character and you're consistent across, say, 40 different worlds, making you highly likely to maybe stay with that character or that modality because it's familiar, just like it is going from World of Warcraft to some other game.
So do
You know
you
what I mean?
think that in light of what we saw today with Dogecoin and Elon, do you think Elon has a good grasp on the metaverse, or do you think he's in?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I think he understands it. I also think with him doing Dogecoin, that could be a lot of things. I mean, one, it could just be he's going to enable so that you can pay with crypto through Twitter. It could be simple as that. Of which Dogecoin will be his first coin, and there'll be some incentive or something like that. I don't think that Elon has his eyes on a verse just yet, although he is building a lot of different verse technologies. I mean, essentially, the car is essentially a massive verse mapper in terms of mapping current reality and understanding things like intersections and signage. And, what I mean? He'll have a lot of opportunity to sort of potentially leverage those environments because he has a lot of reoccurring data as to what they are. Not to mention, he can reconfirm it just with traffic alone that he drives, right? So he'll have a play in here, but I think he'll be hanging out in the sidelines waiting for it to be defined first. And this is in a lot of ways, why Facebook sort of was the first one to sort of eat it, right? They spent a lot, and then they leveraged Oculus, they leveraged Don Carmack, they leveraged a lot of different technologies, directions. I think that they'll continue to be a player, but they're each somebody always takes the fall and starting the trend, and so I think they've probably taken the biggest fall. But at the same time, they have a lot to gain from an established base of users, and it'll only increase. And then the big thing too is to keep an eye on China, just to watch their trends over there because they're going to be doing very much similar things. So there'll be a lot of patterns for us to see and be able to follow. But yeah, it's going to be it'll be just as intense, if not more intense, than the AIC alone. just because you have a whole new reality. The whole physical reality is duplicated. Not only that, but you can drop any world on top of that world. And that's everything's starting to converge between the prompt engineering of reality next to here's the nerf captured of reality to here's the real-time data to let you say, navigate space in real-time reality data. It's all starting to converge, and it'll be insane, but it'll be fun.
Thanks, Dan. Casey, you had your hand up.
I was actually unaware of what had happened with Elon and Doge. So I'm like, wow, what happened? That's all. I read up on it now, though. I'm good.
It's interesting that, if you go back and look at him buying Twitter, like what were the reasons that he even sunk billions of dollars into this app, the social media app. So, and good point with the Chinese, because I've read the reasons why he bought it. He wanted this to be more like WeChat. So it's just interesting. It's just, being in the middle of the progression, whether you're in it or, watching it coming. It's just good to get, other people's perspective and thoughts on it.
Has anyone here ever used WeChat?
I have not. No, I've only just read up on it, but have you used it?
Yeah, I have. I've deleted it off my phone a while ago, but I used it for a while. They've got an interesting feature where you can like shake your phone, and then they'll match you with someone else in the world who's also shaking the phone at the same time.
What? You mean like matching like Tinder or something, or like
But it's
social
more,
media?
yeah, it's kind of more like it's just a random person though. It could be anyone. So it's not like matched on anything other than they were also shaking their phone at the same time as you. I thought it's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. That could take off. So, you any thoughts?
I mean, Apple was supposed to come out with the glasses, but now with the recession, they pushed that back. A lot of people were hoping for those glasses to provide the interface that people would actually use. But now we're left with an interface that people don't want to use.
Wait, I just read today that they were going to get released in June.
It's a push and pull.
Wow.
It's been pushed back a while. I think if the Apple glasses were out, we'd be having a completely different conversation about the metaverse.
I thought the Oculus. They're going ahead with the $3,000 Oculus, right? Or the headset that
They're going out with the headset. I'm not sure the price point, but a lot of people were looking towards the glasses because, you know what I mean? Like, you lose a lot of people with the headset.
Correct. Yep.
That just, you know what I mean? And so if you lose the the whole adoption curve, you have the innovators and early adopters who all got a headset, and they maybe have a couple of them sitting in their drawer somewhere, not being used. Right? And it's because, people don't want to work out with a headset on. Who would have imagined? But the table is being set. I think it's not if, but when. When things are delayed, I always see it as a bonus. I'm like, oh, good. There's still time for me left.
Yeah, at least you know that they were bringing it out. They're going to serve it, right?
That's how I look at it. Good. Every day I wake up. Good. They haven't released what I
Yeah.
wanted to release. Good. Every day. You know what I mean? It's like, because in any one day, any one of these, like a lot of people in the NLP space for programming, they all woke up to not having a job. You know what I mean? So it's like,
There's a
you
pivot,
know.
kind of. Yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
I was thinking the other day about, Chat GPT and then Google. So Google have released Bard in response to Chat GPT, and it only took them what, a few months or something. And so it's like Google could have released a Chat GPT like product probably years ago, but they chose not to. And I was just kind of thinking through what would be the ramifications if they had released this, something sort of like ChatGPT like 5 years ago. Would our progress be like so much more? Would we have started this revolution much quicker?
It's impossible to know.
I mean, someone from OpenAI rushed the chat UI because they were freaked out and they were afraid that someone from Google was going to release a chat version for Bard or something like that. And so, because someone was paranoid at OpenAI, we got Chat GPT version 3.
It's we're in the middle of it right now. So any stories we tell about what's happening are just, stories based on imperfect information, right? Um, I think the only thing left to do is to figure out how to use this shit before it's too late, because it could be too late sooner than we think.
So Mentis shared this kind of lengthy, very, very technical and nerdy, like AI like study video. And one of the limitations that we could run into is like clean curated data. So like, a lot of people were claiming that like, version 4 is going to have like so and so many parameters and it's going to be like, 1,000 times better and stuff like that, right? But it turns out that it's not the amount of parameters that makes a language model good. It's the like quality of the data, the training data. And so far we've used things like Wikipedia, we use things like Reddit, things that like is not just like pure trash and spam, right? Maybe in the future, it'll be some kind of platform, kind of like Share TPT that nudge nudge Google stole and trained
Well,
Bard with it.
have you looked
Yeah.
have you looked at the algorithms that specifically target unstructured data?
I mean, part of that is like what people are trying to do with the financial docs, right? Like the 10Ks and 10Qs, is because those tables are hard to parse and make sense. So I think like one of the business side, like if you're a data person, hint hint ruckus, one of the things you could do is clean up that data, right? Because I talked about like vector data, because that's how ChatGPT understands the data like best, right? Without wasting compute, without wasting space, and that equals money, right? To train the data, your job could be just to clean the data. So some people were talking about how companies like Bloomberg is going to have like a crazy advantage, is because they've been collecting financial data for so long that they don't release to the public. And so like, like whatever that percentage may be, maybe it's 2%, maybe it's 5%. And does that like make a difference compared to you if you're the everyday average Joe just getting inference from a 10K or a 10Q or whatever? Does that affect like the overall like financial making decision? I don't know. But it could significantly make or break an LLM like GPT version 5 or something like that. But we'll see. Again, we don't know. But that might be a limitation, right? Like the quality of data and not necessarily the quantity of data.
Do you think that would be something? I'm looking at like, thinking that could be something, a business that could start up to clean up that data or to provide a service for that data.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like if you can figure out some kind of algorithm that can help structure unstructured data automatically, oh my gosh, you can just make that an API service and just make money off of infrastructure costs. I mean, I've already seen like some open source projects like try to do that, but it's still kind of structured data because it's like, learning from your Notion, right? Because like Notion is all about like structured content too, right? Everything is in blocks. It's either a database, relational database that has labels or some kind of header system. You're using like Markdown, and good Markdown is still, in my opinion, still structured because like you're still using like the H1 tags, the H2 tags. There are some tools that you can already use like pandas and things to clean up website scraping, right? Like you don't want to just input all of like the div tags and the span tags from a website. You kind of want to parse that out first and only inject the text that makes like actual sense to train your model, right? And if you do that first, and it really doesn't take that much longer. You just run it, you take the text information, you turn it into a vector, and then you put it into your model, and it's going to run faster and cheaper than if you just parse the website like plain, right? And it might take away some of the noise that's created too from like poorly coded websites as well.
Sounds like an opportunity.
Oh yeah, for sure. Make sure you credit me, Ruckus.
I'll let's get something started. Let's get this going. I want to get create some dreams and yeah, let's get this going.
Yeah, those services are charging like 3-4x what you would pay for like a GPT plus like subscription. So I think it's like $20 a month. They're charging like 50 for the basic, 150 for like pro and then enterprise tier. So I think like someone was talking about how like, oh, there's like X amount of, active users on ChatGPT, how many, if you're going to guess the amount of conversions, like how much money that would be per month. Like these guys are making, 2, 3, 4x what? I mean, the number is going to be lower because like the amount of custom users is going to be different than GPT plus payers, but it's a lot of money.
And which companies are doing that? So I can just research them just to make sure, get my head around it. Do you know any like businesses that are already doing that? That are doing that for other companies?
Sure. So the basic one that I see for like, turning your own data into a chatbot, basically based on your own data. So there's like Chat Thing. So there's you can look up Chat Thing. There is chatbase.co. That's the one that's paid. So that's like an API service to train your own little chatbot. This one is more like affordable, I suppose. I mean, like the hobby one is, still $10, right? And you still need your API key.
Sorry, I was looking them up, adding them to bookmarking them. Yeah, a lot of this is going to need support, and yeah, it's good to keep a pulse on it because a lot of businesses come out of this. I don't want to be the shark. I want to be that little fish that's on the shark. The one going for the ride.
Oh yeah, I mean, Mentis was already asking me if I knew how to do it because he already has client like trying to turn their own internal database into chatbots, and I told him I'll get back to him. I just started a new job today, so
I think, yeah, that's an idea I had a while ago. And when I had the idea, I thought, oh, I'm sure like a million other people have had this idea before, which is basically take all the data from your database, give it to the chatbot, let it learn from it, and then you can ask it questions. So instead of running, say, a SQL query, you could ask it a question. Now, on the surface, that seems like pretty straightforward, right? But because I've been writing SQL for so long, sometimes the way someone asks the question, it's not quite clear what the intended answer should be. A little bit hard for me to explain, but yeah, sometimes not all queries are like quite simple, and you actually need to clarify with the person who wants it, wants the result, say your manager or whatever, exactly what they want. So sometimes, yeah, anyway, but a lot of the simple stuff will be able to be done by like a chat bot. I'm kind of worried because I have a little money spinner, which is that I sell a few courses on Udemy. And then I'm thinking recently, like, oh, is no one going to buy my courses anymore? Because one, they could learn from ChatGPT, and two, maybe these jobs won't be around anymore because, you know, these, like, my course is primarily on data analysis using SQL. And it's like, okay, will that be largely replaced by, um, you know, an AI? And I think some of it will, but there'll be perhaps there'll be some more complicated stuff that they'll still leave um to the person. But even then, I've got ChatGPT to write me some pretty complex SQL. I mean, I've had to fix it. Often I've had to fix it, but that's kind of like, if pretty soon it will be at that point where I won't need to fix it.
I mean, like Bing, the Bing AI chat is like they're testing like placements of ads, right? So I still think there's a place for it. I think like domain expertise, like SEO, is still going to be really important. If you're going to like try to like cater to people who are learning something very specific, because not everyone learns best through text-based content, right? So like let's say if someone's trying to learn SQL, the bot can like walk them through it, and it gets to the point where like, hey, like if you're looking for a video course or something like that, Dan has one, here's a link, and it'll have the little ad marker on it. So if anything, experiences and ads are going to be even more targeted that way.
That's what I'm banking on, because I'm like, okay, I've been putting lots of effort into my my video production in terms of like making really good diagrams and stuff to explain things, because I think, okay, well, that's going to be my point of difference, because there's a lot of people that don't learn, like you said, don't learn that well from the text. Hence why a lot of people, they're not buying books anymore. They just go to YouTube, and they want to have it. They want the audio, and they also want to have some visuals as well. But again, it's gonna be a bit more competitive, because you've got people. You'll see people be able to use the AI tools to generate course content more quickly. I mean, I'm doing that myself in terms of like generating code examples for the Python course. Um, but yeah, I'm just wondering, how someone could do the whole do the voice and just everything, like maybe they could streamline it a lot faster than I could, because they've got a better handle on these new AI tools like What's the one? So you've been using 11 Studios to do the voice, like just feed it the script
Mhm.
straight from ChatGPT, you know, and then you've just got to figure out the video part of it.
Yeah, that's how I imagine a lot of like the whiteboard crypto YouTube videos are going to be like. There's just like AI voices with someone who's good with scripting and like explaining concepts.
So right now where I have it is, okay. So I have it analyzing a PDF, and I just got 11 labs to read out the prompt. Just waiting for it to load.
One of the things that that I wish like the tutorial series was kind of do more is kind of like encourage um like some of the coding tutorials just like have you like copy exactly what like the person's doing, but one of the better ones for beginners is like, let's say like you get to you go over like section 1 or something like that, and then there's like practice problems like in the video itself. Be like, hey, like pause here and try to implement, you know, this query by yourself.
That's
I wish like
yeah.
a lot of yeah.
I totally agree with you. That's what I've done for my SQL courses, like my bestseller, the complete SQL course, and it's learn by doing. So what I'll do is I'll introduce the topic, and often that'll be like a PowerPoint slide, and I'll show some example, and then I'll have another one called like challenges. It's like, okay, here's a set of challenges for you, usually like 3 or 4 challenges, and then they go away and try that, and if you know, sometimes they might fail at it, or you know, they work it out themselves, and then the follow-up video will be, okay, let's go through the solutions, and then I've already got the script already written, and I just talk through what each query is doing, so they can have that like they get a chance to do it without seeing the solution first, but they also get to see the solution afterwards. And for the challenges as well, I provide some hints. So I'll be like, here's the challenge, and then here's a hint for the challenge. And sometimes the hints pretty comprehensive, like they kind of give away most of the challenge. But I found that they are useful because a lot of students, if you didn't give them the hints, they'd be pretty lost.
All right, I cleaned up the code from above, so I'll put it to the top. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, a lot of the programming is really like, all right, install all of these things. And you're like, okay, I'll install all of these things. I think half the code is installing new things.
So that's what I want to buy a course on. Like, I want to buy a course on how to use AI tools to build courses or build any sort of product, like informational products. So if you had a course, for example, it's like, here's how you do the audio. You use 11 labs or whatever it is, and then you can be like, and here you can hook it up to ChatGPT and get it to read it out, and then connect this for your visuals, and away you go.
I can see it in my head, if that makes any sense. Right now, like I have this Colab notebook. It's a Colab notebook. It's not even running locally. Does that make sense? It's not even running locally. And it's using OpenAI, LangChain, and 11 Labs to analyze a PDF and then return answers to prompts about that PDF. Or about the subject that the PDF is based on. And it's pointing to a directory, not even a specific PDF. So
That's something
it's getting pretty scary.
that's really cool. Because I had a talk the other day with my manager, and then I was talking about ChatGPT, and she's actually pretty interested in it. And I was like, oh, you know, that big document that we got from a contractor, and it was like this huge PDF report, like, market report type thing. It's like, well, you can take that, chuck all the content into ChatGPT, like cut and paste it in, and then say, can you summarize this? And summarize it in just like 2 paragraphs or something. Or you can, what were the main points from this section?
Uh-huh.
But the document
Well,
itself, when I thought about it, I'm like, well, it's a huge document. It's like 100-page document. But with what you're doing,
mhm.
it sounds like it's a lot easier. You don't have to try and copy everything in. You can like streamline it, just connect it to the PDF.
Let me see if this. Okay, so I install all that stuff. Notice where I load the data. Blah, 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 blah. Put the key in here. Place this text with your OpenAI key. Okay, that's that. Do. People depressed. All that stuff. Okay, 11 labs. Get the thing. Get that. Paste your 11 labs API key here. Let me add. Make sure to paste your 11 labs API key below. And that is that. Okay, I'm just going to make sure I removed all of the API key data. And I'll take a screenshot. Let me just record this quick tutorial. Go ahead, Rob.
Hey Dan, do you have a like particular like system or process or workflow that you use when you're creating content?
I do. I'm not sure it's the best system, but it's my system, I guess. Um, yeah, what do you want to know?
So like what I'm thinking of is like, so for example, like someone who is, so I'm basing this off of the interview that a couple people have done with Mr. Beast, right? And he was talking about how, because he's like one of the best of the best in terms of content production, and he understands like analytics and how to A/B test, even things as like thumbnail, title length, things like that. He tests like everything, right? And so he says that like, the way that content goes viral and how it like the algorithm rewards you nowadays is that, you can produce pretty much almost the same content across multiple platforms, and they can do well, right? And they can each individually, you know, like get promoted well on each individual platform. And so a lot of these content creators who are using AI, they have a certain process that they follow, right? So earlier you asked like, you would want some kind of system that teaches you how to do these flows essentially. And so some of the flows that I see is like, I think some of the Notion templates that I've seen is kind of like Content OS. And so, it's just using Notion as a template to track, your writing and your content creation process from one platform to the others, right? And so, like, all the content people like say the same thing. It's like consistency, right? Lots of A/B testing, watch your analytics, and then do certain platforms daily, and then other platforms like weekly or bi-weekly. And so, like, it's pretty normal to like, let's say, for example, you write some content for a thread on Twitter, and then that thread becomes a carousel on LinkedIn, and then that carousel is reused on Instagram, right? And you tweak things, visuals for your demographic, right? You A/B test things like that, but it'll usually flow from Twitter thread to carousel on LinkedIn, and then carousel on Instagram, and then that becomes a script for your TikTok, and then that TikTok idea becomes a longer form video on YouTube, and then that's kind of like how the flow would go. And then the cool part is you can use ChatGPT to write a lot of this extra content, and then you as the writer would just tweak it according to your needs, right? And even better is if you enjoy using like Notion. Notion has Notion AI. If you subscribe to their kind of like pro plan or whatever, you can also ask Notion AI to write ideas for you as well. And that goes from like, ideation, right? Give me 15 ideas for a Twitter thread, an Instagram carousel, so on and so forth. And then like now with Canva, and their kind of like image creation tools, and it's pretty good. Like it's not as good as Midjourney in terms of producing something straight from scratch, but compared to how much you have to normally pay for a subscription of Photoshop to do pretty similar things, the Canva AI team is doing some great work there. But yeah, I'm trying to figure this process out myself. And then I'm trying to partner up with Mentis, because Mentis wants to create this type of content, like training content, right? Like earlier I talked about like, oh, I want like training data or workflow or system to produce a specific type of content. And so like, this is exactly what I like doing, because I like systems and workflows. And I think Notion is really powerful just because like there's a huge like open source community. There's a lot of free templates you can use as like a basis. And then putting that together with Gumroad, you kind of monetize on like templating as well. And then Mentalist has big plans because he wants to like democratize like educational systems. So he's an ambitious guy.
Well, that sounds pretty neat. Yeah, I think yeah, for Notion and that, I know that George Silverman, I don't know if you've come across him on Twitter, but he's really big into that. And I think it's like note-taking software, isn't it? And sort of like get all your thoughts together.
Yeah, that's one way to use it, but like it has like a database. You can build apps entirely on Notion. Like it's not just a note-taking application. People build like workout trackers on it. It's a documentation, so people build entire like startup documentation on Notion, and you don't need any of the other apps.
Well,
so I track everything on Notion.
Oh, that's real interesting. I'm kind of hesitant to introduce new software because I've found that the more stuff I introduce, like each piece of technology that I increase, I like exponentially increase the complexity of the workflow. So I just try and keep things as like minimalist as I can. My goal when I'm making a course is to explain concepts in a way that the student's going to understand and remember. So that's my primary motivation when I'm making a video and what I'm thinking about. So most of my videos, I'll start off and I'll just put everything into PowerPoint. So I'll use PowerPoint, and you can actually do quite a lot in PowerPoint. You can have animations, you can have, different things. So I'll have some text maybe at the start defining a concept, and then I might have like a diagram, everything in PowerPoint generally. And often I'll do the code as well in PowerPoint, make it quite large. And then I'll go to an actual coding example, and that's where we use the software. Go through the script, and most of my scripts, because I'm really bad at like typing while I'm talking, so I will have pre-written all the scripts and I'll have comments in them, and then I'll just run each one. And yeah, so I'm just kind of recording what's on my screen. Yeah, that's my workflow in terms of preparing the content and like what resources I look at. Well, ChatGPT is what I'm using now primarily. But I'll also compare it because I know that sometimes ChatGPT, it gives you a fairly narrow answer. Whereas if you do a bit of research, you can find a bit more material because I know that for some things that I already know about, I'm like, oh, it didn't talk about this or it got this wrong. And so, I'm not relying 100% on ChatGPT for like generating, say, code examples or explaining stuff. I'm still using other resources. Usually, I like to have a book, like a good book that I can reference. And then I'd like to have a couple of other courses that I'll get ideas from as well. So that's kind of what my workflow is. I do try and keep the resources to a minimum because, again, that can be something else that you get sidetracked on because you're like, oh, well, this course covered that and I need to cover that too. And it's like, you got to be careful not to have that scope creep. Yeah, that's interesting. I want to look into Notion actually. One thing that I do have on Twitter is I've got like a ton of bookmarked tweets. And I'd really love to take all those bookmarked tweets and like categorize them and do something with them and like, you know, um, maybe I could, I don't know if you do bookmark tweets and can you get those into Notion and do something with them?
Yeah, so there's like, third party like integrations that you can use if you want to basically like save tweets. If you do that a lot, there's an app called like which is like an AI driven version of Notion. Either or would work. If you're big on saving things like kind of like haphazardly and you don't like enjoy organizing things yourself, I think is a great tool to use. They're basically a Notion competitor that uses AI to organize your articles and your content that you save, versus you doing it yourself. Notion might implement it at some point, but the idea of Notion is like they give you like the building blocks of like the web, right? Something as like a text like header, text fields, to-do lists. So there's a lot of to-do lists on the internet, databases, like project trackers, and so like they just give you the little pieces and it's kind of up to you to build whatever it is you want. And early on that can be very daunting, which is why if you look at like the Notion HQ like community page, there's a lot of templates that are just free that people have made, of like systems that they've used. And so like the first thing I would do is just go in and try to find something that another content creator has created and have used that works for you. Like let's say if you only do YouTube or you only do Udemy videos, then try to find a workflow that someone else is, because I'm sure someone else that uses Notion has done video content for like courses on Udemy before, right? And then you can always retrofit it for your own needs. So let's say you only do Twitter threads and Udemy videos, then you can add that, right? It's not like locked in, like you have to use it a specific way. Yeah, just do a little bit of research on how you want to organize your content. Because I think like anything is, in my opinion, anything that you want to scale up, you need to have a system or a workflow that you use. Because if not, then you're just going to have decision paralysis and not get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I get the content done. It just takes me a while. I can get like an hour of content done maybe a month. So yeah, it's a little bit slow. And I mean, I've seen other creators like they'll scale up and they'll get other people involved, and that this is not bad, but it's kind of like a full-time job. And what I'm planning on doing is kind of making this Python course. I kind of want to get it done out of the road, and then I'm going to focus on some other projects and not make courses for a while. Actually, just do some learning rather than making a course. Maybe do more of what the rest of you guys are doing in these spaces and actually look into these AI tools more and learn how to use them, because I think that's a really great way to future-proof yourself, because you still need someone who knows how to use these AI tools. So yeah, that maybe some jobs will be going, but it's also going to create a lot of opportunities in terms of new types of jobs. People who know how to use these new tools and can leverage them. Because you think about any technological revolution, there's always people who lose their jobs, but there's also new jobs that get created. And usually those new jobs can produce a lot more output compared to what the old people were doing. For example, like a tractor driver, can produce a lot more output compared to someone who's just using like a hoe or whatever they used in the past.
For sure. I mean, you could just do what Michael's doing, just learn out loud, and then tweet about it. Your 2 tweets for the day is just like whatever you learned. Like, use how are you using ChatGPT to start making your course? Because I'm interested in that, right? I think like if I'm going to make a template or something, like it's good to understand like the process that someone else like who's actually producing content like go through for whatever platform that may be, right? And either if I'm making a template, like either I can make it like flexible so people can change it to whatever their needs are, or make a curated version, like multiple versions of a particular template of sorts. So yeah, learning out loud is fun too.
I might be ragging, but I can't. It looks like Dan and Ruckus are speakers for me, but I can't hear either one.
All right, hold on. So let's see if this works. All right, so we got the README. Ooh, look, the README looks good. All right, so I think this will get everyone on the same page on this lang chain stuff to analyze a directory of documents. How long is this tutorial? 3 minutes. There's 2 minutes. I could have put it in thing.
This app sucks balls every week. It just sucks balls. It does. It literally sucks balls every week.
When are they going to get someone in to fix it? Because, I mean, like, I've heard the other social audio platforms apparently don't have as many problems.
I think what
It's because they acquired this. They acquired this from another company, so it's like duct taped to Twitter. It's like essentially, it's like they bought Clubhouse and then they duct taped it to Twitter. That's what's going on.
Oh, you mean like Twitter Spaces was started by someone else and then Twitter bought it?
Yeah. So this
I
was
never
like
knew that.
the tech behind it. Yeah, the tech behind it is another company that Twitter acquired, and then the code, I guess, is like not changed. It's like it's essentially the original code that they just duct taped the UI to Twitter.
That makes sense.
So like probably the Twitter engineers are like pulling their hair out because they're like they didn't comment anything. There are no docs.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that all kind of makes sense now, doesn't it? Like this whole
Oh my
time.
gosh. So I can neither confirm or deny that a friend of mine works at a large social media company, and their databases are named after 50 Cent songs. I'm just saying. Like their database, like the titles, like the headers, like it's the views are named after different artists' songs, and he cannot tell what the hell the data is supposed to be, what they're supposed to tell. And when he asks questions, no one knows. They're like, "Oh, an agency handles
Yeah.
that," and then the agency's like, "We don't know what's going on."
Like, oh, you want to check the get rich or die trying table? Check that one first.
Yes,
And and
exactly.
or the
And
in the
merge it
club one. Maybe
with
it's
the.
in the club.
Yep, that's his everyday life. He hates his life.
Yeah, that's really bad practice. I mean, like typically, I mean, in terms of a relational database, like your table names, often they'll be a plural. So it'll be like employees, departments, and usually it's kind of like a noun because it'll represent, real life entities. Not all the time. It might be like timesheets or something. Um, and then your column names are generally like singular, rather than plural.
Yeah, I'm trying to imagine like if I'm coding and then like someone made all the variables into like songs that they liked. That's basically the equivalent.
Yeah, I think for my Python course, that was one of my first lectures was like on variables. Then I talked about like naming your variables. So, if you just name your variable like A, B, X, Y, it's not going to be clear what that refers to. Whereas if you give it a more meaningful name, like, I don't know, apples or whatever, then people know that, okay, that's what that means. But if someone's going around just like doing, okay, it's kind of funny, but then it's not funny when you come back to it like 6 months later and you haven't got a clue what you've been doing. I mean, even myself, I go back to code like from a few weeks ago and I'm like, what the hell was I doing here, Right.
Got to get all tutorials under 2 minutes and 20 seconds so it'll fit on Twitter.
Ruckus, are you using any of these AI tools?
I was just talking to my wife. I am not. I mean, no, but she just used ChatGPT to figure out. What did you do? They were asking me if I was using the ChatGPT, the AI tools, but I just told them that you use AI ChatGPT to figure out a problem for work. What'd you do?
So I'm a noob when it comes to SQL. I know how to pull like the top 1,000 rows from any table, but I had to figure out how to join two tables and use the right join, and then also to dedupe when I had duplicate values for the same key. So I
And
used
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT to figure out which order to put the where clause, the group by clause, and then most importantly, I used it to create this like T1 and T2 for the two separate queries, and then use the inner join to connect them.
And so your query, you're doing the what? So your one, did you have data in two separate tables, or were you joining the same table onto itself?
I was joining two separate tables together. So I had, for example, producer information in one table, and then I had like their training information in another table. And so what I wanted to do was make sure that each producer received credit for just a single training and not, for example, if they're listed as themselves as well as they have an agency with the same producer code, it was duplicating it. So I just wanted it to bring it in one time instead of twice. So instead of looking like they completed 4 courses, I just needed to show that they completed 2 under their producer code.
So you're getting duplications.
Yeah.
And just out of interest, how did ChatGPT? Because there's a couple of different ways you can, deduplicate them, remove the duplicates. How did it remove it from your result set?
So part of it was user error because I was pulling the producer code from the wrong table. One table had it where it was only unique values, and then the other table had it where it, depending on if they had multiple names under the same producer code. So I was using the wrong table. I was pulling that unique code from the wrong table, first of all. And then secondly, GPT helped me to figure out how to create the variable called T1 and T2. So I could interjoin the producer codes, and it'll only bring it in one time where it finds a match.
Okay. Yes, because often, like when you're doing a join, right, you're joining, say, it'll be called a parent table and a child table. So your parent table has your unique records in it. So maybe they're like the producer codes, or I think that's what you mentioned. And then your child table will be all the child records that can be joined back to the parent records in the parent table. So you have your join clause, and then your T1, T2, those are often just, I think you're referring to aliases. So often
Yes.
what you'll do is you'll give your table names after you've written the table name, you give them a short name, and that is an alias, like it's another name for that table, and then it's just easier to specify that alias, like quicker to type it. So then you'll have join on T1 equals code, T1.code equals T2.code, for example. But if you join two tables together, right, you got your parent table, your child table, you're going to get a result set, which is um, a lot of records from the child table plus the attributes from the parent table. And what I was wanting to know is, you said that you wanted to remove some duplicates, and then what did it do to remove those duplicates in the code, if you can remember?
So I was using a left join from the parent table, and it was bringing in all these null values from the child table. So instead of a left join, I used an inner join. So it only brought in where it matched, and then it didn't have like the duplicate records after that.
Yep. So it was just that that's all you needed was the inner join. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, that's quite useful. Um yeah, there can be like situations where you, let's say even in your child table, you just want one record per group, stuff like that. And where that can, there's something new to SQL that I've forgotten when it came out. It's when I say new, it's been around for like 10 years or something, or maybe 20. But in terms of SQL, it's pretty new. There's a thing called window functions, which are really useful. So sometimes it's like, can you rewrite this code except using window functions? And often it makes it a lot cleaner. But in this case, it sounds like you got the result that you wanted.
Yeah, it looks like because I compared it to an existing report and I got the same number of records. So I feel pretty good about it. But again, I'm fairly new to SQL. I know how to go into a single table and pull fields and do some like calculated fields, but nothing like honestly, this is probably the first time that I got a joins to work properly with the right order, like order by also. So I'm learning. It's
Yeah, no, that's good. I mean, I put in one of my courses because I do the SQL courses. I put in one of my courses on joins. It's like the key to a good join is to join on the key. So you never want to have like a many to many join. You always, like, if you're joining two tables, you always want to join on something that's unique on one side of the relationship. So, for example, let's say you've got an employees table, and in that employees table, you've got a department ID. So you're going to have duplicates in that. So you got, maybe you got 5 employees all in the same department, department 5, So you got 5 duplicated in there. And then you're going to have another table which is called departments, which has your, the actual department name and maybe the contact for the department. So that there will be where the department ID is unique. So you can join those two tables together because you've got you've got a key on one side. The key is in your departments table. So key is basically you've got a unique field, a column with unique values in it.
So in that example, would you always want to put the department, like when you write the query, do you always put the department table first?
No, not at all. So
You don't
it
have to
doesn't
do.
matter what order you put them in.
Okay.
Yep. So you could go join departments. So you could go departments, join employees, or you
Uh-huh.
could go employees, from employees, join departments, and then you've got your
Okay.
on clause. Now, so now it does matter if you're doing like outer joins. So you had the left join, which is what you started off with. So if you do a left join, then it's going to keep everything from the left-hand table, regardless of whether there's a match in the right-hand table. So imagine in your...
It's rugging a bit. Dan, you're rugging a bit.
Sorry, I just had a call come in. Sorry. So imagine if you put everything on one line in your from clause. So you had from employees, left join departments. Then your employees table, which is the first table, is going to be your left table because it's on the left-hand side of the left keyword. So you've got from employees, left join departments. So in that case, the order does matter. Now you could use a left join or a right join. Right join will be on the right hand side of the join keyword.
Okay.
So that, yeah. But
That
if you're
makes
doing inner joins, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I ended up doing inner join because it was returning a bunch of null values, and what I found was some of the producers didn't have any data in the second table, so that's why.
Oh, I brought in the null value.
Yeah, and I was trying to get rid of those.
Yeah, no, that's good. Where you might want to use a left join is if you want to include everything from one of the tables. So, for example, using our example of employees and departments, let's say you've got some employees who are like, I don't know, they work remotely or something, or they're not part of any department. So they might have a null in their department column. But you still want to include those employees, or if you still want to include those employees in your final result, but you want to join on the information from some other tables, that's when you can use a left join, and then you just specify the employees table on the left-hand side of that keyword. So you'd have from employees, left join departments, and that would return all your employees, even if they don't belong to a department.
Okay. That was very helpful. Thank you.
No problem.
He's gonna be my SQL guy. He's on call.
My wife's got a new boyfriend.
Don't be jealous.
Package deal, Dan. Just want you to know that.
Look,
Package deal.
that's why they call it data gravity.
It is,
We got
right?
DoorDash. Hold on.
Kids come with her, Dan. Just let you know. No.
Actually, if you guys are interested, I can send you Ruckus if you want. I don't know if you use SQL either, but I can send you a course coupon if you want one.
Yeah,
I just have to sit down and practice it.
See, I thought you worked in SQL for a while.
I use SQL queries that are IT ran, and there was just a couple of fields that I would have to update, but I didn't have to write any queries from
Oh,
scratch. And that's what
yeah.
I did today, is write a query from scratch.
That'd be cool, Dan. I appreciate that. I'll send you the
Yeah,
stuff.
I'll generate a coupon. So it's just like when I'll send you the code. So you'll need a Udemy account. And or I think you can even sign into it using Facebook. And yeah, so just make sure to redeem the code within the next 30 days, and then you get lifetime access to the course. So I've got a SQL Server course and a MySQL course. So I'm not sure which one. Probably the SQL Server one. I think that would if you're doing Power BI stuff, then that'd probably be the more appropriate course.
Yeah, I'm using SQL Server.
Do you have a DAX
Cool.
course?
No. See, I don't even know Dex. I've seen people write it, and it looks pretty complicated. Um, yeah. So yeah, I'd be interested to know that, but I'm not really a Power BI person. I've only used it a couple of times. So it's kind of a gap in my knowledge.
Oh, cool. Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No worries. All right, I've got to take a work call, but catch you guys later.
Cool. Later, dude.
It's nice hearing Mrs. Ruckus. Does she have her own Twitter account? Can we get her in these
No.
spaces?
No,
No?
she's not allowed. No, we have
What?
one Twitter. Yeah, because I'm the man and she's a woman, and and she's not allowed. She has to stay in her place, stay in her Facebook place and YouTube Shorts. What is that you watch?
I get my news from Facebook and I do my research on YouTube.
She's no, she could get on Twitter. I'm just being a jerk, but I don't think you. A lot of people don't like Twitter. It's media and marketing. We don't use Twitter because it's kind of the niche social media. A lot of people just not on it. Like I just use Twitter for news mainly. That's what I started using it as, and it just doesn't have the engagement with, I guess, young people. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. There's a new one. Someone mentioned, was it in the space? Someone mentioned what the young people are on.
What, Gas App?
I think that's it. Yeah, is that it? It's taken off, or
Yeah, sorry, it. Yeah, it's like high schoolers and like early college
yeah,
students, because it's like positive, it's like interactive, it's positive, it's not as nerdy as Twitter. My girlfriend says that it's too nerdy for her.
Twitter is, or
Yeah, Twitter.
yeah, it's just yeah, yeah. I like it just for news. That's why I started getting on there on news, but it's a good resource, I think. But yeah, no, Mrs. Ruckus is not on Twitter. Do you want a Twitter account? You're allowed.
I have one. I don't use it.
What?
I only joined it because
When did you get a Twitter account? Did I sign off on that?
when one of the kids were in kindergarten, their class used Twitter.
Oh.
And so that's why I joined it, but I don't use it.
Oh.
I don't remember the login.
Did you run that by me first, or did I approve that?
Not really, but it's America and it's a free country, so I'll do what I want.
Oh, might have to make a call to immigration tomorrow.
Go ahead. Oh. don't get caught with that in your pocket.
Okay. I told them how you hit me with your elbow.
I didn't hit you with my elbow.
What do you call that then? What do you do with your elbow when you do that that pinball thing?
I don't know.
You flick.
You maybe ran into my elbow, but I did not strike you with my elbow.
You heard it. Is this recorded space? It is. Snow dragon, the snow dragon. She's laughing. I see you laughing. It's okay.
Just keep her away from the ice spice.
She likes Cardi. She loves Cardi.
Who?
You.
I can start talking to you with pointing sideways.
Intriguing.
Ice Spice.
Look at hilarious. 12 and 17 on the bottom. Alright, this tutorial is done. Fantastic.
What were you doing?
Just a tutorial on how to use OpenAI to analyze a PDF instead of just, asking it questions. Imagine being able to drag in a whole fucking SQL table and be like, why don't you just tell me what you see? So I'm starting with documents. So I'm now just exporting. This is done.
Yeah, and I had my review this last week, and one of the things I mentioned was it's being stagnant as far as using, AI and different tools, and a lot companies are just not warming up to it. I don't know if they're just stuck in their own ways, but I don't feel like I'm growing the way I want to grow.
I have a course that you can suggest to your bosses to take.
Did I watch that course today? The diversity.
No, this is another one. It's from the people who create a lot of the tutorials I'm using, but they're basically, I'm connecting it to PDFs, but what happens when you connect it to a fucking database, right? So, not to say I won't be able to do that soon because I can get to look at PDFs, but all right.
Yeah,
This is
it's really annoying. On one hand, I hear like Dan, AI is taking over the world, but then with some large companies, I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
Yeah, but you don't see it because you're going to be replaced by those companies that do see it. Remember how you said you wanted to be on the edge and be
Yes,
riding on the edge?
yes,
Those companies riding on the edge are going to be the companies that you work for in a few
correct.
years.
You're
Hopefully.
right. The companies that would be the difference. Yeah.
Yeah. The company's not going to feel it until they're irrelevant. And they're going to be like, what happened? Yo, this shit happened like 2 years ago while you guys are sleeping. Okay, wicked then. I'll put this at the top. Rocky, let me know if this is followable.
Jeez, Casey, I'm trying to listen here.
I'm like, Jesus, guys, if you want to sit quietly in the room, there's a Discord for that. You
We were
fucking
listen,
weirdos.
trying to listen. You washing dishes back there?
That was Allie. That wasn't even me.
Oh, come on, Allie. Some respect.
Fucking setting me up for the fall of that one. Oh, Casey's on stage. Let's make some weird noises. Blame him. Let's see how it
I
goes.
was absolutely going to let you take the fall for that. I'm like, okay, how long can we keep this going? Mike
Sharp
wants you to
today.
know
You
that there's
can't
a
get me
tutorial
today.
above to listen to. What was that?
You can't get me today. What's Mike saying?
Tutorial above. What do you think?
Oh, God. Here we go.
Hey Casey, have you heard of what's going on with Bitcoin stamps? Like I just wrapped my head around ordinals, and now there are stamps. What the hell?
Welcome to the wonderful world of rediscovering the Bitcoin blockchain. Yeah. Yeah, it's a thing.
What's up with the ATMs? Is that gonna? I read that yesterday.
Shut the
No, seriously, what's up?
Yeah. Bitcoin ATMs are a thing. Yeah.
But are they shutting down?
Not that I have heard of.
Yeah, I read that yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't want to post it because I'm not trying to send any.
You FUD my bag, man. You
Yeah,
FUD
I'll
my
send
bag.
it to you. Yeah, I know. I'll send it to you. Let me look it up.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Wholly possible. Yeah, Rocky. The fucking Bitcoin stamps, dude. Son of a bitch. Just keeps going. Dude, it keeps going.
Oh, it just says the Bitcoin ATMs went offline. That was 2 days ago. So it was over the weekend. 3,600 Bitcoin ATMs went offline. Oh, looks like it got hacked. What is 0 day? Does that sound familiar? A 0 day bug?
It's a concept. It's a flaw that is not discovered until exploited. So you have 0 days to prepare for it.
Oh, that's what happened. 1.5 million Bitcoin stolen. That was 2 weeks ago. It looks like it shut down again 2 days ago. I know it was over the weekend. Doesn't Bitcoin usually move over the weekend?
I believe in fiat. I don't know what you're talking about.
How many were stolen?
Looks like it's one. The article says 1.5 million.
Sorry, I was listening to the video, which by the way is awesome. When did this theft happen?
Over the weekend, more than 3,600
Oh,
Bitcoin
oh.
ATMs went offline to record largest monthly decline. That was Saturdays. I think I did read over the weekend.
Fuck, just another reason not get caught up in the hype of value grab. Focus on the tech, build shit. It's just another fucking example. God damn. So they jacked the BTC ATMs and stole it that way. Oh, go figure.
Oh, okay, sorry. 1.5 million in value stolen. I thought you meant
Oh,
1.5
Yeah,
I'm
bitcoins. I
sorry.
was like,
that's what I
what the
thought
Value.
too. I'm
crap?
like, oh my
Sorry.
God, dude.
That shows you how much I know, right?
No, 1.5 is just it's another DeFi rug pull. That's a small DeFi rug pull. That's a small ETH bridge.
Yeah, that's no God, Rocky. That was horrible and accurate right there. That was awesome. That's just a bridge going down. 1.5 mil. That's nothing. That's fucking barely news. Look, do you remember like a year and a half ago? It was just every day there was a list of rugs and fucking exploits. Just
I can
every day.
show you the world.
Shut the. Oh, that was.
It's
Thank you for that.
always some dude in Dubai stealing your money.
Shut the fuck up. Fucking horrible, dude. Oh, that's fucking funny.
We haven't talked a lot about oil not being denominated in US dollars, but I think nothing needs to be spoken.
What does Kevin Hart say? What is that when he got caught cheating? What did he say? It doesn't need to be.
It
Yo,
wasn't me.
did you see that story about him and like his friend
No,
that he sued?
no.
Dude, apparently like the guy that yeah, it's crazy. It's a long story.
I'm gonna go out on the laughter. I'm out of here. You guys have a good one.
Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say I sent you the course coupon in a DM just now.
Yeah.
I didn't put the link to the course because I think I sent that to someone else and I'm not sure they got it because I think if I just send a link then it may just go to the junk folder. But basically, if you just go onto Udemy, sign in, and just search for that course title, and then you don't have to pay anything if you put that code in. If you do that within while the coupon's still active.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I just sent it to her.
If you're interested in doing it as well, you can use that coupon again twice.
Nice hack. That's cool.
Yep. And what I'd be really interested in actually is like which are the crappy videos. I think I'd kind of know which they are, but if there's one that's like, oh, this isn't very good, like let me know because I'm kind of prioritizing. Once I finish the course I'm on now, I'll go back to that old course and because it's pretty old to be honest. Like a lot of the videos, I have added some new ones, but I really need to go back and redo some of the videos and like freshen them up a bit, if you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
no, that's cool. Yeah, we're like, she's more really just got her Power BI certification. Like she taught herself Power BI, and she's using it in this new position, and so then I'm going to be developing that or refining that as well as, and getting deeper into analytics. We just kind of, for something at work, um, we're looking at a labor, looking further down the line for the labor shortage. So we kind of think that because we have the other supply chain disruption with bodies, um, employers will be scrambling for more talent, for skilled labor. So a couple of companies are looking down the road for that. So I'm kind of working with that, and I want to be able to be ready for that when that happens. So right now it's just kind of a thought, a theory, hinging on the Fed cutting rates and all that stuff. So, and companies hiring, being able to borrow money cheaper. So yeah, I don't understand how companies, we don't understand how companies are laying off when we have a labor shortage in the country. So it doesn't, we think that's going to come back and bite them in the butt.
So that one there, are you kind of thinking in terms of analyzing that data, or just in terms of your like career?
Yeah. So analyzing that data. So there's like a smaller department in our company that kind of looks ahead, looks forward, and they look at that stuff. And so yeah, just kind of analyzing it just to, it's funny, the company's funny because they look at different things, and that's one of the things they look at, but then they don't look at other things I think they should look at. But this is pretty interesting. So
that's pretty interesting data. Like I always, that economic data, I never get to work with it, but I always find it real interesting. In my university degree, I did the economics, but now I'm in a job where I don't work with any. Oh, there is a little bit there, but not a huge amount. But all that sort of data can be pretty interesting, like on the job market and what's happening there.
yeah, it is. During the pandemic, we're looking at, there were a lot of openings, and just could not figure out where all the openings are coming from. In fact, we're looking in the wrong place. So we're focused on supply chain disruption. That was like the number one priority. And it was try to solve that problem, kind of look ahead on how to solve that problem globally. Well, we're not looking at or the bodies leaving the workforce, the Great Resignation, and then just it's kind of silly because you see the bodies leaving, but then you don't see the shuffling, right? So there was this shuffling going on. So some were able to see that, and now just kind of looking at, now that people are kind of still shuffling around, it's realizing that companies are laying off their so Amazon has failed products, they're laying off people in those departments, like Alexa, things like that. And we're also keeping an eye on how long it takes for those employees to find jobs. So the job report comes out this week, the end of this Friday. So we're keeping a pulse on that as well. The good thing is that people in tech and information technology are not having a hard time finding jobs, which we kind of expect, and hope that keeps going. But they're not finding a hard time getting positions. Once the Fed cuts rate again and companies start borrowing cheaper, we figure that there's going to be a hiring spree. So I hope all that makes sense.
So I was reading this article on like Lyft and how they're doing compared to like their competitors, and I've noticed that like a lot of the people that have been let go are the ones who are like getting paid heavily in equity, because the analysis I was reading about is that how there's like so much selling pressure for some of these like public companies because like the compensation for these tech jobs are like really really high in equity, and so like you have to calculate like per day if these if these people are they're getting vested for these stocks and options, like how much selling pressure is that per day. And so if their stock is not doing well and their forecast is not doing well, like the decision might be, to let people go who are getting paid high in equity just so they can kind of save face because they're public companies. That's my opinion, of
Yeah,
course.
no, and you're like McDonald's, right? Today, I don't know if you read that about them they're having layoffs. And Amazon did exactly what you explained, with their leadership. Um, it's mind-boggling that you have millennials or older millennials, and Gen X, younger Gen X, that are making $400,000 annually. You know what I mean? Like these companies are like, it's insane the salaries.
Oh, look, I'm not even talking 400. Like some total package or like for principal level are $1 million with like base salary and
That's
equity.
incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, $1 million. So like you're getting paid like maybe like because you don't want to get paid in a bunch of cash, right? And so what, if you're a good negotiator, what you should be doing is you're probably only doing like 300 in
Salary.
salary, or 350 to 400, and then the rest of it is equity. It's crazy, um how much equity they're getting paid at principal levels.
But then they're getting let go, and are they able to keep that equity?
If they're vested, right? So a lot of the principals have been there for a long time, so most likely a good chunk of that has
But what
vested.
if they're not vested?
Then unfortunately you don't get it. That's the thing. So it's always a balance, right? It's like if you want to play it safe, then you bump for higher base salary, less equity, and that kind of balance. But I've been looking at some of these salaries at the FANG companies, and principal levels are like crazy high equity. Because it's most likely that they're in California,
Yeah,
and so the taxes are so high here. Like a lot of these guys want to get paid in equity versus cash.
it's interesting.
Yeah, like maybe if you were in another state. Well, actually, no. It kind of depends. Like, because some other states um, have like. I mean, I guess if you're in another state that has like no state income tax, like that would be fantastic. And then you will probably want to get paid more in cash.
I wonder how many employees that had that equity. That, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, like, I mean, those are probably pretty rare. But for large companies like Meta and Google and Amazon, like, there's quite a few of them, and like even the ones that aren't like principal like level engineers, like you still get paid like 600, 700 total total package. So it's pretty high still.
it'd be a great way to clean house too, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And like if you're Google, you're like scrambling because you're losing out to OpenAI. So it kind of makes sense to clean out house and get some new ideas in.
So it would be a kind of a like, where do you go if you're let go? Where do you scramble to find that compensation or that package?
I mean, like, if this was me, right? If I've been at large, like, if I was at like Amazon for like what 4 or 5 years for that long, and I've like built up a bunch of equity already, um, and I'm confident and I want to do something like exciting or meaningful, like I would probably just do it my own
Do
startup.
your own
I mean,
startup.
I have
Heck yeah.
yeah.
Yep. That's it.
I'm not sure if it's just me, but sometimes I'll walk past like some trendy cafe or something, and you always see the same types there, right? They're just sort of like living their best life, sipping some coffee, talking to some friends, tapping away on a laptop. And I'm thinking, how did they get to that position? Because I'm pretty sure half of them like aren't even working that much. But it's like maybe they've like been in a position where they've earned like a ton of money and now they're kind of kicking back.
Some of them, yeah. I mean, like a lot of the guys that I know are all in e-commerce, and they're like really good at drop shipping, and so like they just travel a lot, and they work enough to like supplement their lifestyle. But like a lot of those guys just like enjoy that type of work. Like they hustle hard. Like um, there's a guy that I met at just like a boba shop. He's there like every day. He works every day, even on the weekends. And he's just there, and like he puts on his headphones and he just like hustles. Like yeah, the work ethic is pretty crazy for some people.
It only makes sense that they take that knowledge and start their own thing. That industry knowledge they have, and just that makes complete sense.
And like if you're a startup, like you kind of want that, right? Like you want someone who's a co-founder that has worked at Google like for like 6 years. They have that expertise. They can help you grow and give you that structure. And then the person who's been bored at Google can kind of have a fresh start somewhere else, make some impact. Because I'm sure like you know I've only shadowed on Google projects, and like there's a lot of red tape. Like just like the like they don't even give you like a device like you can like normally use locally. Like you have to log into their dedicated servers. There's like I mean I get it. Like it's like proprietary code. They don't want you to like steal any uh like project that they're secretly working on whatever. But there's like a ton of red tape, and it's not always fun.
Yeah, but this is where those businesses come out of the recessions, right? The Ubers, right? They come out of the tough times, the layoffs, and when other companies are ready to hire again, the guys that they laid off, they're starting these startups are in these startups, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, companies like Zynga, like the mobile gaming app, that came out of '09, and then the Groupon came out of '09. And those are pretty big companies now.
This just in, Mark and I are doing a review of what's this guy's name? Michael, was it Shahago? Shabango. He played the banjo. He plays the banjo. So Michael Jabango. So we're checking people out on Twitter. So just be forewarned. Actually, it's not Twitter. It's LinkedIn. I totally got that wrong. Damn it. The question is he an independent headhunter? And is the answer, what's the answer over there, Mike? He independent?
Say that one more time.
Are you an independent headhunter?
Yeah.
Yes, he is. Survey says yes. What else you got, Mark? Come on. What else? What's his contract look like? What's your contract look like? What does that mean? That's kind of vague.
20% of the first year's salary with a 3-month guarantee. If they leave or quit within the first 3 months, I replace them, no charge.
Did you get that over there?
Is it so it's only a success fee?
It's only a success fee?
Yes, that's right. There's no retainer. Unless, of course, you want to pay me up front, which is within your right.
I like the chuckle.
Within your right. I knew that was a bad line right there.
It's a
All
free
right. What
country.
else?
This is America. But yeah, you give me a job description, tell me what you're looking for, and the only thing I respond with is someone who's qualified.
Interesting. What do you got, Mark?
I just wondered because it looks like he's doing that through Unicorn Launching,
Mm-hmm.
which is a
Mhm.
company, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Yep, numbered company 2451473 Ontario Inc.
Nice.
Sounds a little bit like an AI over there.
I just said it. You know, you say
Nice.
the number so many times.
All right.
But
Well, it doesn't look like
yeah,
we have any other questions at this time.
no worries.
Go ahead and continue with the show on the programming. Really loved everything that's happening so far. I have to
Yeah.
catch up on language chain though, big time.
So I put the tutorial to the top of how to use a Colab notebook to ingest a PDF, and then there's a service that LangChain provides to vectorize the data from a PDF into just like a database of chunks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tasty. Everything is proceeding as planned. You know, you need to apply for Google Cloud.
Remember, it's not allowed in the Canadas.
Oh shit, that's right. Sorry, eh? Guess you're not part of America, eh? Sorry about that, eh? Damn, that's like well, Ruckus is on here. Ruckus lives in Cincinnati. He's a data science guy, and his whole claim to fame is he knows the secret Black Panther handshake. It's like a secret Black Panther handshake.
It's like an API key that
It's
gets
like
you
an
in the
API
guy's
key
wide shut.
in the
Yeah.
Black Panther, yeah. And then we got Mint Mocha on here, who's the unicorn's better half. And then we have Rocky. I forget what Rocky does. I think he works at Shopify. Might be a Shopify guy.
No, he's a digital shaman for magic mushrooms now.
He's a digital shaman for magic mushrooms. I think that means he works in IT. No, hold on.
He
What does it
literally
mean?
works at a mushroom company now.
He works at a mushroom company.
Yeah, they sell mushroom pills and shit.
Yeah, what's a digital shaman do?
Yeah, what's a digital shaman do?
He's the front end engineer making sure that the interface is as viable as possible. So he's like responsible for disseminating mushrooms.
Sounds like there's hallucinogenics that could be involved. He's
Mm-hmm.
a primary ketamine engineer, expression engineer. He's a primary ketamine expression engineer. I like that.
He's like Terrence McKenna's warehouse operations manager with customer service built in.
Guys, this space is recorded. I do not want to get swatted, so
Tell us more. Tell us more.
please control yourselves. No, I started at a new company called Elysium Health. Like, I learned some really cool stuff today. One of the the guys from management kind of shared a story about how they're using some special like compound that they made to treat ALS, and so they've gotten some really good results on their clinical trial, and I think the trial is supposed to complete by the end of this year, and then apparently it's been working so well that they did a control group and they
So
split
you're
it
talking
between.
about mushroom RNA?
I don't know. I don't know if it's actually mushrooms or not. I mean, the compound could have come from mushrooms. Even if I did know it for sure, I don't think I can legally confirm. But it's
when are you getting your FDA approval?
I think they're working on it. I think that's one of the reasons why they can't market it as like medicine, but that's like the goal at some point, which is probably the case study they're doing with I think like John Hopkins or something, some university, forget the name.
John Hopkins or something. One of those
Are
Ivy
you
League.
like familiar with like the ketamine clinics that kind of roll out? Is that what you're kind of working on?
No. So far they're only able to market it as like supplements. Like there's like pills. All the products are just supplement pills.
Stuff that could get you high, though, huh? You know,
I don't know about that.
like in a higher state, like certain mushrooms.
You'll be high on life.
Well, like
Apparently, it helps with aging.
Hey, ask him if he knows
Yeah.
anybody in the U.S. that wants to be part of my cannabis lab,
We have a cannabis lab. You got anybody in the U.S. who wants to be a part of it,
like from ownership.
like ownership wise? Step right up and meet and join in the brand new cannabis lab. That's right. Cannabis Lab here in Ohio. Be part of it all. That's right. It's the state with the most rednecks and the most wise people that you would ever meet.
Actually,
It's the
Dan,
heart of it all.
did you watch that cannabis documentary?
I don't know if you watched it or not. I sent it to him, but
Because those are the people that would be in a position to buy Isaac Moreski, and who raised $100 million for one of the grow operations here.
and you know him, right? You can make a Storm intro.
I still have his email address somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? You could be tested on your closability. What about that?
Tell Canada Mike to
Canada Mike,
refer me some investors.
refer some investors. That's,
Yeah.
yeah.
The first people I would message are the people there, and then the people behind that, because it was a pitch competition between a bunch of companies, grow ops. There was you saw that Leaf Grow, which is the fridge that makes the cannabis in your house.
We're gonna get you a one pager, and
Yeah, that's all.
Sweet.
Yeah, Lincoln worked for WeedMD.com before he joined the copper mine.
We met at a weed conference.
We did?
Our
Yeah, that's how we met.
Yeah.
He doesn't even remember.
He doesn't remember. That's how. See, that's why he acts like he doesn't smoke weed, but he's burned a lot of cells.
Where do we meet? I don't know, somewhere.
East Coast.
Yeah.
It's all coast weed.
But you can't be from Guyana and not be like, "Hey, man, what you doing? What you doing on the weed, eh? Hey, man."
Yeah, guy in A.
Whatever that is. You shifty, man. What you do, white man? You get away. I don't know if that's it either. That's probably not
Yeah,
it.
it's pretty close.
It's pretty close. You white man with white kitty. You weave country now. Welcome into the Syndicate. You're listening to a show on fire with the soul in the heaven. And here we are. Bring it back to us where we're at, Rocky. Anytime when you're ready, Rocky.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm a digital shaman for a mushroom pill company. What's going on? Don't swap me.
Come on, Rocky. All right. Well, no, that was about good enough.
How much do you want to raise? And how do you feel about like
between 500,000 and 2 million?
3 million.
3 million.
So in the beginning of that documentary, I asked everyone if they saw Canada importing cannabis. And the guy told me that they got it down to like 60 cents a gram in Colombia and different places. So I imagine you guys it's a luxury line, or what are you guys thinking?
What are we thinking?
Oh, this does the testing for all the state requirements in Ohio.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Why are you surrounded by cats over there?
You tell me, man.
You got a cat like right on you, man. And like Letty is like staring you down, dude. There's some shit going down. He is just going like, who is this motherfucker in my house?
He's after my house.
I think Lenny's an investor.
No, that could be it. Lenny's like, I'm here to invest if you're here to pet. Da.
Can you imagine that's the cat investment? That's the exchange.
Unicorn's email is unicorn launching, right? What is it
Yeah.
again?
Either unicorn lock. Hold on. Let me type this to you. There we go. Or you can use bang.
I got it. I can forward it to him. No big deal. I got you. I got you. Let's do that question again. Do we know anybody who?
Where's he gone?
No, he's here. I think Ron's lying. Check one, check one. Can anyone hear me? Check one.
Yep. I
All
sent
right.
you the documentary.
I sent him the email.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Share with him the documentary. Those would be some of the folks.
Yep.
We're talking to.
So what was the question then? We're saying, do we know anybody?
That would help raise money for psychedelics, doing clinics like applications.
Mm-hmm. I know someone who's growing psychedelic mushrooms in St. Vincent with the government's approval. So, yeah, there's a few people.
Interesting. Yeah, we would be looking at the not the growing, but the actual like working with patients in a medical environment. So
Yes,
we're
you
looking
think.
we're looking at actually like starting a clinic in every state that's like licensed and certified to do this.
The person I'm thinking is Pratik Trivedi. He was with Cancer Care Ontario looking to develop reliable strains so that they could use it in a clinic. Pratik
Yes.
Trivedi?
Send me a thingy.
Yes. Well, good memory. Okay. This is the guy I'm thinking of. So he's like, we can't reliably administer cannabis in a clinic because of the differences in strain potency.
Okay, that makes
So,
sense.
so they were looking to create a drug book and, all that testing. But you'll see him talk in the documentary. But yeah, that's one of the guys I'd think about reaching.
Would Canada Mike, instead of being a headhunter for like employees, be a
Mm-hmm.
headhunter for like
For
more like
capital.
capital or like I would call it like partnerships, like business
Mm-hmm.
partnerships. That could be
Yeah.
interesting.
I get the feeling the answer is yes. So that's groovy.
Let me check the PDF.
Uh-oh. Okay, erased an image there. Tisk. Where are we, Dan? Where are we?
Is Canada Mike ever going to come stateside?
He might.
Is he locked out of the union?
Will he ever come stateside? I don't know. I think he could be lured here. I guess it just depends.
He said he's in Ontario.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did he get my email I just sent him?
I'm looking at it now. I love it.
Yep.
How many other people would have the same license you do? in state?
6.
Gotcha. Hmm. Yeah, so everyone in that documentary, I'll reach out to you, see what's going on.
Sounds promising.
Cost of living, Ohio's cheaper than Ontario.
Yeah, but then I have to worry about healthcare.
Well, you got to worry about a lot of shit if you live in the U.S., but I'm just saying.
I just got my gun license, so that might help a little bit.
There you go.
Your fake Canadian gun license doesn't mean shit over here.
Assume
You
that the
didn't
firearm.
you didn't even get to shoot it for your license. Like,
wait, for real?
That's like taking a driver's test and then being like, "Well, you passed the written part, so here you go."
Look, the purpose of the course is to make you sufficiently afraid of guns so you never really use one.
Do you even know what a gun is? You can just get a license and not even know what it is. Jeez.
That's the ultra compliant nature of our quasi socialist society.
John Wick over here.
When you said Allie did better than you, I thought that was like actually shooting the firearm, and it turns out it's just a written exam.
She did better on the written exam.
No, there was a practical.
Which
We
we
actually had to
already
load
knew
and
she was the
unload and make sure
smarter
that
of
we
the
could
two.
identify all the bullets and stuff.
Yeah, we already knew you were the smarter of the two. It's just I thought you were adding good shot to the list too, better shot to the list, but I haven't even shot him yet. I'm just
We
kidding.
almost got one. In fact, if the weapon went off, we would have failed the test.
But it would have been worth it.
Well, regardless of whether we pass, it's 4 to 18 months before we can actually own one. So they take their time. You guys need a license to put it in your car, like a separate piece of paper?
No.
We need a Zach intro. Zach, can you do a quick intro on yourself?
I'm Zach.
Yeah, come on, dude.
Okay. I'm Zach. I've been active duty Army for the past 10 years, working on building Win the War, consulting, coaching, and now potentially a AI integrated platform to help individuals, entrepreneurs, and startup founders stay accountable for what's going to move the needle and give them someone in the trenches to help push them forward to greater heights. Background in business and psychology, and going to be a warrant officer. Enlisted the last 10 years. That's pretty much it.
He has his own startup, and then he also works with Canada Mike on various software ideas and crazy things.
Hey, you forgot that Zach is on the approved vendor list for coaches for Y Combinator, and worked with a bunch of other folks. Yeah.
And my new client, I just found out today, is backed by A16Z, and he wants to make an intro. And I'm not a recruiter, but I'm a hiring director for 2 other startups. And then I think that's it. There's probably something else. I've written a book, and yeah,
I like it. All right, it's pretty good. I'm looking at the judges. They're coming in.
Dan,
Looks
you were in
like
the
Sweden.
you were in the space when I was talking about the startup. What did you think, or did you not hear me?
Yeah, I thought it was good actually. I mean, out of all the people that were in there talking about stuff, I thought it was a refreshing, piece. I thought it was good. And I think you had impressive numbers, because not only have you had people go through the program, but then you had people stay just for sort of residual aspects of the program, and then you had a whole nother group of people stay just for another residual aspect of that. And then now you're identifying new products and services that you're starting to see. So you're going to build an AI system, a triage intervention tool, which is cool because that's interesting to us because that's stuff that we want to care about. Like, oh, that's kind of what are you doing there, right? So yeah, I mean, I think you're on track with a lot of cool stuff, and you're on to something, Zach. I mean, you're aggressive, dude. You're always working on an angle and pursuit stuff. So I do have
I
mad props for
appreciate
you.
it.
You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate it. Since meeting you, I've always really thought your opinion mattered because I feel like it when you say things, I feel like I'm learning, and most people's opinions, I feel like they're just regurgitating. So
No, man.
that's
I
why
think you've
I
been.
asked.
Yeah, man. You're you're executing where others I think are thinking. You know, self included. You know, sometimes I can get into a nice loop of pontification because it's comfortable, right? I think you can fall into that trap too, but you're helping people though. Yeah, this is Zach.
Tell Zach, hey Zach, kick Dan's ass a couple times for me, would you?
Yeah, I need my ass kicked. He knows that. Keep me accountable.
I
I
think we've
got.
had that conversation once or twice.
Yeah, we have.
That and then I would take you to the gun range when I come up to the Northeast again.
Right.
Where's he from? Where's he at?
He's in Dallas. Aren't you in Dallas?
El Paso, the other side of Texas, but yeah, Texas.
There, dude. That's good. That's good for business owner.
Yeah. Is it El? Well, he's in El Paso, I think now.
Yeah, I wish I was on the other side of Texas. El Paso kind of sucks, and it's so isolated from everything else. It's like 6 hours to get to anything cool. Unless you want to go to Juarez, then you can like throw a rock over the border, and you can. Oh man, the immigration stuff here is really crazy. Just seeing people running across an 8-lane highway that's going 80 miles an hour, just trying to get across because they booked it past Border Patrol. It's really crazy.
Wow, that's nice. And then Zach, you do a lot of work with obviously the veterans group, right? You're doing a lot of sort of what's the core business model on your side?
Oh yeah, so the U.S. Army changed their rules and regulations for moonlighting. So active duty guys can actually have. Sorry, my daughter can have like a second job. Most of them end up doing Uber, which to me didn't make sense because you already spend enough time away from your family. And so my platform is to hopefully give active duty people more options in which to supplement their income. So through coaching, personal training, nutrition, all those things that we kind of learn and have the support network for, giving them the background education, getting them high quality certificates in those areas so that they can then provide those services to the clients.
That's cool. That's good stuff, man. I like it.
And then, yeah, like you said, now supplement that expertise with AI to automate
Right.
where it can, but keep the meat body experience there.
Yeah, I think we're all seeing the same thing, which is the foundational models of sort of, understanding what people have to sort of build upon, and even specialize in a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways now to specialize with AI that I don't think people really thought of before. So that's sort of changing the game too. So just a really cool frontier. Cool
Yeah,
frontier.
I'm pretty excited, and I think what excites me the most is like I go around to like everyone around me at work, and I'm like, "Have you guys heard about this?" And they're like, "Yeah, I just haven't used it," and I'm just like, "Oh my goodness." And then I think the second part is hearing individuals in some of these spaces talk about AI and feeling like they don't understand what like a large language model is or what it's capable of, and thinking that it's like this omniscient thing that doesn't make mistakes. And understanding like that it hallucinates and does all these things so that you can put in the risk calculus of where you need to put people for those points of friction is important, I think. So
Roger that. Be right back.
but I am gonna go hang out with the family. I just wanted to come in and say hi and see what everyone was doing, and I'm gonna go to bed. And don't get to see Mint Mocha in a space very often, so I thought I'd come in and say hi. And now I'm gonna probably go hang out with the fam. Talk to you guys later. I'm gonna wake up. Anyone up at 4 a.m. Mountain Standard Time can join me on a workout.
Dan, do you have a good understanding of like macroeconomics in terms of like relating to like the Federal Reserve System? How's it going, Rich? What are you doing?
Are you a semi-automatic? It's hard hiring millennials these days. You know, Adderall and all that kind of stuff. And that's why we created semi-automatic. Let's get autism working for you, but not fully automatic, semi-automatic. These are safe autists because they just have a tinge of the tism. So the next time you're looking to hire a millennial and you're worried about the Adderall, get the benefits of Adderall naturally with a semi-automatic candidate. Semi-automatic. Let's get autism working for you.
All right, I'm gonna get going. Gonna go watch Mandalorian with the girlfriend.
Mm.
Good day.